Vaudville. I could feel the weight of its melancholy in the air.
Well,
Even the drizzle that clung to the city's grimy cobblestones felt a shade darker than your everyday downpour. Vaudeville
so
was
this
a city
game
of high
opens up
stakes
with
and
like
low
a
morals
monologue,
where vice
and you have
virtue
to.
danced a wicked waltz. Street lamps flickering like burnt-out stars were the only guide through the
I had to
maze of
time it
rain-soaked
correctly.
alleyways and whispering shadows. My name's Martini, detective,
Martini?
troubleshooter, and a lousy sucker for hard luck stories. This wasn't my first circus, but this act was a three-ring special. 3 murders, no leads, and a city
Hello,
on the brink of
everyone.
bedlam.
Welcome,
The
welcome.
victims were as different as chalk and cheese.
Oh, I skipped it. Oh no. Wait, can I maybe... Whoops. Hold on, I wanted to see all of it. Hold on. Help me go to bed? Okay. Well, I'll try not to be too loud.
The second I stepped off the train into the city of Vaudeville, I could feel the weight of its melancholy in the air.
Oh.
Even the drizzle that clung to the city's grimy cobblestones felt a
Now?
shade darker than your
What do you
everyday
want me to do?
downpour.
You want me to like
Vaudeville
knock
was
you
a
out?
city of high stakes and low morals where vice and virtue danced a wicked waltz. Street lamps
You want me to
flickering
come over and
burnt-out
like
stars were the only guide through the
and,
maze
like-
of rain-soaked alleyways and whispering shadows. My name's Martini.
I don't know what to do.
Detective, troubleshooter, and a lousy sucker for hard luck stories. This wasn't my first circus, but this act was a 3-ring special.
Take a
3 murders,
melatonin.
no leads, and a city on the brink of bedlam. The victims were as different as chalk and cheese, each a symbol of the city's vibrant veneer. A young dancer who moved like poetry in motion, her life cut short mid-pirouette.
Oh.
The socialite, a woman who knew the city's pulse better than anyone else. And then there was the businessman, the embodiment of Vaudeville's promises of progress, snuffed out like a candle in the
What are
wind.
these pictures? They look very weird.
The usual peace in Vaudeville
I think
was
they're made
off
with
kilter,
AI or something.
replaced by the discordant notes of fear and suspicion. Strangers viewed each other
Ooh.
through wary eyes. Neighbors turned to strangers, and every shadow seemed to hold a secret. The once vibrant city had become a
Yeah,
stage.
this is a game.
The
It's
curtain
a
drawn on a grim
it's
play
a
of
murder mystery
and
game
murder. In a
where
city without harmony, the police
all of
chief
the-
was the conductor trying
all
to
of the
keep
NPCs
orchestra in
have-
tune. Gretzky was
but
his
all of the
name.
NPCs
A
are
seasoned cop with a
AI
granite jaw
controlled.
and a heart that
So
had seen
and you can
better
talk
days.
directly to them,
There was a stark
like with your
tension,
microphone, and
a
they'll
raw
they'll
fear that
respond
danced
in
like
real
St.
time,
Elmo's
like
fire in his eyes.
with
Whatever was happening in
unique
Vaudeville
dialogue
had
every
Gretzky
time.
out of his depth, and
I
that
don't
was
know.
a
It
sight
seemed
I'd never
interesting.
thought I'd
I don't know
see.
if like if this game
If
will
anyone
actually
could
like
make
work
sense of
as
this twisted
intended,
tale,
because
it
it's
would be
like
him. I'd better head to the police station and have
It's
a
kind
chat
of
with
like a-
Gretzky for starters.
a concept. So a new concept. I don't know if okay. Okay, ray tracing off. I probably can't handle that. Start. Okay. We can accuse someone. Probably shouldn't do that until later. Okay. We got some locations. Okay. Graveson Manor. Circus Saxabar. Country Club. Pascal's Groceries. Cabernet Violet. Violette? Police Station. Corral. The Morgue. The Blackwoods. What do you guys think? I think we should. Well, we've got to go to the police station, and get filled in on all the deets. That's what I think. By the way, is everything working okay? I don't know. Okay. Hope you can hear everything okay. Police station. Whoa. Hold right mouse button to look around. Ooh. Oh, this looks terrible. Why are you so close to me? Yeah. Can I move around? No. All right. I'm stuck. I'm glued in this spot. Okay. Wait. Hello? Wait, hold on. You can't hear me. I think I have to set like a default microphone or something. Yeah, I can't move. And also it's not picking up my microphone. It's probably thinks that like I don't know. Okay. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Microphone setup? No, this isn't it. Choose your sound input device. And this is output. Oh, here we go, input. Oh, it was gone. It defaulted to my Oculus. I'm gonna go with this one. Okay, they should hear me. They should be able to hear me now. You're hearing a weird noise coming from your living room. Oh no. Or maybe it's just like I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. But I would carefully check. Or not. You could just lock yourself in your room too. It's probably nothing though. I don't know which one to talk to. Constable Jones. Chief Gretzky. I'm gonna talk to the chief. I don't know why he's so close to me. Hello.
Well, well, well. What brings you here, Detective Martini? Got some news to share.
Cousin's watching a sussy movie? Whoa. What movie? What kind of movie is sussy?
Oh, a bit of sass, huh?
Huh?
Alright, let's hear it. What's the latest on the case? Don't keep me waiting, Detective.
Well, I just got here actually. I don't know anything about the case. Do you mind filling me in?
You haven't been briefed on the case yet. Fine. I'll give you a quick rundown. 3 murders in the past few weeks. Maria Jansen, a young blonde found dead outside her apartment. Nicola Grossman, a finance bigwig found lifeless near Pascala's groceries. In Haley Greenwood, a dancer discovered in an alley behind her club. Quite the bloodbath, don't you think?
Okay,
so,
wait.
what have you got for me, Detective
Jansen.
Martini? Any leads,
Whoa,
suspects,
stop talking.
or wild theories?
Nicola Grossman. Haley. Greenwood. How many notes do we have? We have enough. Okay. I'm going to make a... I actually did... I watched, the one, like, Let's Play of this. They didn't get very far. But I think I got the general gist of it. Of how to play. And obviously, like, the dialogue and everything is generated in real time, so there's, like... I think there were, like, general, like, spoilers, but I don't think I've been spoiled on anything too significant. I've still, like, no idea, about any of this. Okay. What is... index? Okay. I see. Okay, these are all the deaths. Which one... What did they say about Maria? Oh, I can scroll up. Young Blot. Yeah, I'm gonna... found... How's everybody been, by the way? I'm sorry that I don't know, I've been away for like 2 days. Not away, but I had my first day of class, yesterday. the first day of class of the semester, and after since I streamed all night that night, I was like super tired, and and I pretty much was just like knocked out the whole day after that. And then I could have streamed like today, but like I don't know. In the morning I just decided to like make myself chocolate chip pancakes, and then I just like lazed around all day. Okay. Where was she found? Okay. Found then outside her apartment. Finance big wig found dead near Pascal's grocery. So we can actually go to Pascal's groceries. I wonder if we can like... Well, they probably already cleaned up the crime scene now that I think about it. Haley Greenwood. Oh, I didn't... Why did it... Okay, I'm gonna ask about... Oh, you just got a break? Nice, nice. I'm gonna ask about... I don't know which one. I kind of want specifics about Haley. It says her club, but which... excuse me, what club did Haley Greenwood work at?
From Haley Greenwood, you say? She was a dancer, wasn't she? I believe she worked at a club called the Velvet Lounge. Quite a popular spot in Vaudville, known for its lively atmosphere and extravagant performances. Why do you ask?
Well, Chief, knowing which club it was, it would help me greatly in this investigation.
Oh, really? And how exactly would knowing which club she worked at help you in the investigation?
Because she died literally right outside of it.
Suspicions regarding the case? I'm curious to know what you're thinking, Detective Martini.
So have we pinned down any suspects yet?
Suspects, you say? Well, we're still in the early stages of the investigation, but I must admit I have my doubts about a couple of individuals. Tell me, Detective, have you come across anyone suspicious in your own inquiries? I'm always open to hearing different perspectives on these matters.
Not yet, but having a list of individuals would help narrow the search down.
Well, it seems you're eager to dive right into things, aren't you? I can appreciate that. While I don't have a definitive list of suspects at this moment, there are a few people who have caught my attention. Monsieur Saxabar, for one. He's been acting rather secretive lately, and I don't trust his shows one bit. And then there's Marina H., the owner of the Velvet Lounge where Haley worked. Something about her strikes me as off, though I can't quite put my finger on it.
See, we got something already. Okay, we're getting somewhere. No, what else do we need to know before we head out? Let me think. Hmm. I'm wondering what kind of questions to ask. This is hard since it's so open-ended. I really have to get into the mind of a detective. Can I move this around? No, I can't. What? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Ho- Do you think these murders are linked in any way?
Well, Detective Martini, it's hard to say at this point, but I have a hunch that there might be some connection between these murders. The circumstances are just too similar to ignore. What makes you ask? Have you found something that I should know about?
No. How did each of the victims die?
Oh, really now? You seem to have
No,
some insider information, don't you? Pray tell, how did each of the victims meet their unfortunate demise? Don't keep me in suspense, detective. Spit it out.
Sorry, I misspoke. I meant to ask if you knew.
Yeah, I see. So you don't have any concrete details about the causes of death either. Well, no worries, Detective Martini. We'll find out soon enough.
Hi,
Just make sure
Shailis.
to bring me
Hello.
any relevant updates as soon as you have them. Now, back to these murders. Let's focus on gathering all the facts we can and see if we can uncover any connections. Who knows, perhaps there's a pattern after all. Keep digging, Martini. We need to solve this case, and I have a feeling time is not on our side.
Yeah, I'm channeling my inner Holmes right now. Except I'm already like, I'm already kind of at a loss of what I should ask. Like, what would be relevant, important information. They don't have any. They gave me two suspects that might be suspicious, but other than that, I don't really have anything. I don't have any details about the bodies either, but I think I saw a coroner or like or something. I really hate that. That it's Is there a coroner in town?
So, Detective Martini, do we have a coroner in town? I need to get my hands on that abduction report.
I'm asking you, is there?
Well, of course there is a coroner in town, Detective. It's not like we're living in the Dark Ages.
Okay.
But why do you ask? Do you have some information from the morgue that you think might be helpful?
Well, I haven't gone there yet, but I want to go down and ask how each of the victims might have died, and that might help narrow down some of the suspects, maybe.
Narrowing down the suspects, you say. That's a good strategy, I suppose. It's about time we make some progress on these cases. Alright, go ahead and visit the coroner. Find out how each of the victims met their unfortunate demise. Maybe it'll shed some light on who we're dealing with here. But remember, we still don't have any leads or suspects. Don't get your hopes up too high.
Alright, Chief Gretzky, I'll be off.
Off you go, Detective Martini. But before you leave, tell me, do you have anything else up your... Any new information or insights that could be of use? I'm all ears, even if they are a bit worn out.
No, like I said before, I just got here.
Oh, you just got here, huh? Well, don't waste any more time then. Get yourself to the coroner and find out what they've got for us. And when you're done, report back to me immediately. We need to stay on top of this investigation, Detective. Chop chop.
What are you looking at?
Oh, well, you see, I was just looking at the files. You know, the old saying, the devil is in the details. So I thought maybe if I look closely enough, I might find a clue or two. But, who am I kidding? I'm just a simple constable, after all.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure you're very intelligent. Tell me, did you find anything useful in the files?
Well, you're too kind, but I'm afraid I haven't found anything groundbreaking. Just the same old information, you know. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack or a drop in the ocean. But I won't give up. I'll keep digging through these dusty records, hoping to stumble upon a nugget of truth. And who knows, maybe luck will be on our side. Stranger things have happened, right?
Are you sure you don't have any leads?
Oh, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I'm sorry. I don't have any concrete leads at the moment. It's like trying to find a
They
needle in a haystack.
high.
You see,
No, they're just
or
AIs.
looking for a diamond in the rough. I've been going over the evidence, but it's all just pieces of a puzzle that don't quite fit together. I'm just a simple constable, after all, in this case. It's like trying to catch lightning in a bottle.
Yeah. I just don't even let them finish. Yeah, they're responding very fast. Faster than I thought they would. Let's go to the morgue. Ooh. Hello?
Greetings. The human body, a fascinating vessel of life and decay, constantly reminding us of our mortality.
What?
It's a delicate balance, you know. One moment we're alive and vibrant, and the next we're mere shells, vessels emptied of the essence that once animated us. It's a reminder of the fragility of existence, a dance between life and death. But fear not, for in the face of death there is also beauty and understanding to be found.
Did you eat a dictionary for breakfast or something?
Oh, my dear, I apologize if my words have overwhelmed you. It's just that I find solace in the language of anatomy and the intricacies of the human condition. It helps me grapple with the weighty matters that come with my profession. Death, after all, is a complex tapestry of scientific inquiry and existential contemplation. But fret not, for I am here to guide you through this labyrinth of knowledge and assist you in your investigation. So, tell me, what brings you to the realm of autopsies and cadavers today?
Maybe I'll be here because so you can see the chat log in case because you know with the robot voices and all, they might be a little difficult to understand, so I'll just have that little log at the right visible so you can read it if you want. Alright, forgot to turn off my air purifier. Okay. Ugh, what the? Why does that keep happening? Hello, I'm Detective Martini, and I am investigating the recent murder cases here in Vaudville.
Greetings, Detective Martini. It seems we find ourselves entangled in the intricate web of death once again. These recent murder cases have certainly captured the attention of Vaudeville. As the coroner, my duty is to dissect the truth hidden within the bodies, to unravel the secrets that death holds. It is both an intriguing and somber task, wouldn't you agree? To gaze into the abyss of mortality and confront the fragility of
I
life.
wish you would talk less.
These murders hold their own unique tales, each with its own pathology and evidence to be unearthed.
So have you found anything?
Well, my dear detective, the path to uncovering the truth is never a straightforward one. I have performed abductions on the
Just
victims and
spit
closely
it out.
examined the evidence at hand. Each case presents its share of peculiarities. In the case of Nicola Grossman, the cause of death was a forceful hit to the back of the neck with a butcher's knife. However, there are indications that the body may have been moved post-mortem. It's a puzzle, isn't it? The precise circumstances surrounding his demise remain elusive.
How about Maria Jansen?
Maria Jansen's case, Detective Martini, is a particularly gruesome one. Her life was cut short in a brutal manner, as if she had been attacked by a wild animal. The presence of bite marks all over her body, especially on her arms, suggests a frenzied assault. One of her forearm bones was even fractured by the sheer strength of the bite. The time of her unfortunate passing falls between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. on April 22nd, with her lifeless form discovered in the forest the following morning. It is a tragic tale, indeed.
You say as if she was attacked by an animal, but does that mean that it might not have been an animal?
Indeed, my dear detective, the savage nature of the attack does evoke imagery of a feral creature on the prowl. However, it is my duty as a coroner to consider all possibilities, to meticulously analyze the evidence before me. While the appearance of the wounds may resemble those inflicted by an animal, we cannot discount the potential involvement of a human perpetrator. It is a delicate balance, for in the realm of death, truth can be shrouded in enigma and deception.
So what wounds were found on her body? Wounds.
The wounds on Maria Jansen's
Okay.
body were quite extensive, detective. She bore multiple bite marks all over, particularly on her arms. One of the forearm bones had suffered a fracture due to the sheer force of the biting. It appears that her assailant possessed an alarming level of strength. The brutality of the attack is truly disheartening, and my thoughts go out to Maria Jansen and her loved ones.
Mm. Do the bite marks look human or animal-like?
One cannot help but ponder upon the nature of these peculiar bites, their origin and intent. While they bear resemblance to animal bites in terms of their pattern and depth, it is important to exercise caution in drawing definitive conclusions. The human anatomy, intricate as it is,
Stop
can sometimes exhibit
talking.
variations that may mimic animal-like characteristics. However, further analysis and comparison with known dental records could shed light on whether these bites were inflicted by a human or an animal. It is a complex puzzle we find ourselves entangled in, one that requires meticulous examination and consideration of all possibilities.
Did you find any other kinds of wounds on her body?
Yes. In addition to the bite marks, Maria Jansen's body exhibited signs of other injuries. There were lacerations and contusions scattered across her body, indicating a violent struggle. It appears that she put up a valiant fight against her assailant. The extent of the injury suggests a sustained and brutal attack, leaving her in a state of unimaginable suffering. It is truly heartbreaking to witness the aftermath of such violence.
Do the lacerations look like they might have come from animal claws?
The nature of the lacerations, my dear detective, is a matter of consideration. While they may bear resemblance to claw-like wounds, it is essential to approach this analysis with caution. Lacerations can be caused by various factors, including sharp objects or even the jagged edges of broken glass. However, I must admit that the depth and pattern of some of these wounds could potentially align with the characteristics of animal
So
claws.
I think it was.
Further examination and comparison with known animal anatomy may provide us with a clear understanding.
So how about Haley Greenwood's body?
Haley Greenwood's case, my thoughts
She
again turn
reminds
to yet
you of
another
your
tragic
teacher.
loss of life. Her body revealed a different set of injuries compared to our previous cases. Haley suffered multiple blows to her head, inflicted by a blunt object. Based on our initial assessment, it appears that a stiletto shoe, judging by fragments found on her body, may have been used as the weapon. Such a weapon would certainly explain both the severity and specific nature of her head injuries. It is a devastating reminder of how violence can manifest in unexpected ways.
At what time? What the? I didn't... Okay, I think if you just don't say anything for a while, it leaves? Because I didn't click anything that time. When did the victims die? And at what time were their bodies found?
Well, detective, based on the autopsies I performed, Nicola Grossman's time of death was estimated to be between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. on April 23rd. His body was found in the morning outside Pascale's grocery shop. As for Haley Greenwood, she was killed by multiple blows to the head with a blunt object, possibly a stiletto shoe. Her body was discovered in an alley behind the club where she worked. And Maria Jansen, poor soul, she appeared to have been attacked by an animal.
What the? Stop kicking me out. At what time did Maria Jansen die?
Maria Jansen's time of death was determined to be between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. on April 22nd. Her body was found the following morning in the forest. The injuries she sustained were quite severe, with bite marks covering her body, particularly on her arms. One of her forearm bones was fractured due to the strength of the bite. It's a tragic and brutal case, isn't it? Death can be so unforgiving, detective.
How about Haley Greenwood?
Ah, Haley Greenwood. Such a young life cut short. The abduction revealed that Haley suffered multiple blows to the head, most likely inflicted by a blunt object. The fragments we recovered from her wounds suggest it could have been a stiletto shoe. It's a chilling thought, isn't it? To think that something as seemingly innocent as a shoe could be used in such a violent manner. The force of the blows caused extensive skull fractures and internal bleeding. It's heartbreaking to see the devastating impact
wish
of
I could just
violence
skip her
on someone
dialogue.
so young.
But at what time did she die?
The time of death for poor Haley Greenwood is a bit more challenging to determine precisely. Based on the condition of the body and the progression of post-mortem changes, I would estimate her death occurred sometime during the night of April 22nd. However, without further investigation or eyewitness accounts, it's difficult to pinpoint the exact hour. Time can be elusive, detective, especially when it comes to matters of death. It's a reminder of how fragile and fleeting our existence truly is.
So it seems like Maria and Haley died around like on the same night, around the same time, and then Nicola Grossman died the day after. Okay, that might be important. Okay, thanks for the info. I will relay this to the Chief Gretzky.
Of course, do let Chief Gretzky know about the information. It's crucial to keep them informed to ensure a thorough and comprehensive investigation. These cases are tragic reminders of the fragility of life and the immense responsibility we have in seeking justice for those who have suffered such untimely ends. Every detail, no matter how small, could hold a clue that leads us closer to the truth. I hope we can shed light on these cases and provide...
Alright, that's enough out of you. I have returned from the mortuary.
Well, Detective Martin, what did you find out at the mortuary? Don't keep me in suspense. Spit it out.
Well, firstly, I found that Maria Jansen seemed to have been killed by a wild animal.
A wild animal, you say? That's quite peculiar. Any idea what kind of animal could have done such a thing?
No, but the death was particularly brutal, so I'm guessing some sort of large feline or hound.
A large feline or hound, you think? Interesting. Are there any reports of escaped exotic animals in the area? We need to consider all possibilities, even if they seem far-fetched. Keep digging, detective. I want to know every detail.
Well, I haven't heard of any escaped animals, but I do know that there is a circus in town.
Ah, the circus, you say. Perhaps they have some trained beasts that could have gone rogue. It wouldn't be the first time. Find out who is in charge of the circus, then bring them in for questioning. We can't leave any stone unturned in this investigation. And while you're at it, make sure to check if they have the necessary permits for keeping such dangerous creatures. We don't want Vaudville to turn into an arena for wild beasts, do we?
Is Monsieur Saxabar the leader of the circus?
Monsieur Saxabar, you say? The leader of the circus. Well, that's certainly an interesting lead. Tell me, Detective Martini, what do we know about Monsieur Saxabar? Has he been involved in any suspicious activities before? I want to know everything we can dig up on this man.
Okay, it is his circus. Okay. So that's interesting. He said, that it might not have been the first time. Okay. Okay. That's a lead, I guess. I learned from the coroner that I learned from the coroner that Nicola Grossman was stabbed in the back of the neck with a butcher's knife.
Well, a butcher's knife, that's quite
Use-
the choice of weapon. Any leads on who might have access to such a thing?
I've not yet to investigate that lead, but might you have any ideas who might have done it?
Oh,
That was a
you want
weird
me
way
to speculate, detective?
to phrase
All right
that.
then, let's see. Given that Nicola Grossman was involved in the finance world, perhaps there's some disgruntled business partner out for revenge. Or maybe it's a case of mistaken identity, someone who had a score to settle with someone else entirely. But of course, these are just wild guesses. We need evidence before jumping to conclusions. Now, get to work and find me some concrete facts, Detective Martini.
What? No, it's not scary. It's like Sherlock Holmes. Like I guess the murders are scary, but like, I don't think this game has any like, we can't even move, so there's not going to be any horror. It's just the horror I guess has already happened. What? Why does it keep kicking me out? Okay, last one. I learned from the coroner that Haley Greenwood was killed with a stiletto.
A stiletto, you say. Interesting choice of weapon. Any leads on who might have wielded it?
No, but you did say that Marina H., the owner of the Velvet Lounge, was pretty suspicious.
Marina H. Suspicious, you say. What makes you think that? Do you have any evidence or reasons to believe she may be involved in these murders?
Well, first of all, you're the one who first mentioned her. And second of all, she is the owner of the club at which she died near.
Ah, I see. So you think just because someone owns the club where the crime occurred, they must be the culprit? That's quite an assumption, Detective Martini. Is there anything else that points directly to Marina as our prime suspect?
No, but it's the best lead we got. We might as well just investigate.
Well, if that's the best lead we have, then I suppose we have to follow it. But let me remind you, Detective, that assumptions can lead us astray. We need concrete evidence before we jump to conclusions. I want you to thoroughly investigate every possible angle, not only focusing on the owner of the establishment. Who knows, there might be more to this case than meets the eye. Keep digging and report back to me with any significant developments.
Do you know anyone that Nicola Grossman had worked with in the past?
Nicola Grossman, you say? No, I can't say I know
What?
anyone by that name. But if you've worked with him in the past, he must have left some sort of paper.
No, that's not what I said. Okay, so I think that's the best we're gonna get from that guy. Where should we go first? I don't know. What, like, which murder should we, like, try to investigate first? I don't know. The circus? I guess we could. That is our best lead, I think, maybe. Oh, hello there.
Yeah, another admirer of the great Monsieur Saxobar. How delightful.
Are you wearing eyeliner?
Of course, my dear. A touch of eyeliner adds to my enigmatic charm.
Do you own this circus?
Indeed, I am the director and mastermind behind the magnificent Circus Saxobar.
What else do you do?
I tame lions, my friend. That is my true calling and my greatest passion.
Really now?
Yes, indeed.
You know, I've heard a rumor that you've let lions loose in the past by accident.
Ridiculous rumors, my friend. Absolutely preposterous.
Well, you can tell that to the chief of police, who is the one who told me.
The chief of police must have been mistaken, my friend.
So you're calling Chief Gretzky a liar?
Well, if that's what you think, my friend.
What secrets are you hiding?
Oh, my friend, if only you knew.
Can I know?
No, you cannot.
Why not?
Because it is not for you to know.
Oh, good advice. Where were you on the night of April 22nd?
None of your business.
I think it is my business. I'm Detective Martini, and I'm investigating the murders that have happened recently here in Vaudeville.
And what does that have to do with me, Detective Martini?
Well, if you really want to know, one of the victims seems to have been torn apart by some sort of beast.
It's quite fascinating.
Is it now?
Indeed.
Do you happen to know of any wild beasts that may be roaming around Vaudeville? That isn't
No.
English. So you're saying...
No, I do not.
So you're saying...
No.
What? Oh my god.
Exactly.
So you're saying the only beasts in Vaudeville are in your circus?
Yes.
So that means the suspect... Wait, hold on.
Yes, it does.
Huh? So that means one of your lions must have been behind the death of Maria Jansen.
Absolutely not.
And why do you say that?
Because it is not for you to know.
So just tell me this. Has one of your lions gotten loose in the past couple of months, maybe?
No.
Really?
No.
So you're lying to me.
Perhaps.
If Maria Jansen was torn apart by a wild animal, and it wasn't one of your lions, then what do you suspect did it?
I have no idea.
Surely you must have some idea. I mean, you tame lions, for Pete's sake.
No, I don't.
You do! You just told me that you tame lions.
No, I don't.
You tame lions.
And what of it?
So I'm asking you, what could have killed Maria Jansen?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be some sort of animal. Do you know of any animals that might have done it?
No.
I think you do.
Maybe you think too much.
I think you talk too much.
Well, that's your opinion.
If you don't want to be brought in for questioning, you're gonna tell me what might have killed Maria Jansen.
No.
So since you're not cooperating, I can assume that you were responsible for her death.
Absolutely not.
Then why aren't you cooperating?
Because I don't want to.
What would make you want to?
Nothing.
A young girl was murdered.
Not my concern.
You're a bitch.
You can leave now.
Okay. Well, that didn't. It's about the only thing we learned. He shapeshifted into some huge ugly beast? Hmm. Sir, I interviewed Saxabar, and he was not divulging any information or cooperating.
Well, Detective Martin. It seems like Monsieur Saxabar is playing hard to get, huh? Didn't expect him to spill his secrets so easily, did you? Tell me, what did you ask him? And how did he react?
I asked him if any of his lions had gotten loose in the past, and he refused to answer.
The lions, eh?
Oh.
Quite the dangerous creatures, those. So, did our dear friend, Monsieur Saxabar, have anything interesting to say about his wild feline companions?
He wouldn't say.
Interesting.
What?
So, Monsieur Saxabar refused to acknowledge any previous incidents involving his lions. That's quite suspicious, don't you think? I mean, it's not every day that lions go wandering around Vaudville. Did he give any reason for his refusal?
No, he just refused to cooperate.
Well, isn't he a stubborn one? Refusing to cooperate without even providing an explanation. It's as if he has something to hide, wouldn't you agree, Detective Martini? I wonder what could be so important to him that he's willing to risk being uncooperative with the police. Maybe there's more to this lion business than meets the eye. Have you noticed anything else about him that seemed off during your interview?
Well, not really, just that he was kind of rude.
Rude, you say? That doesn't surprise me. Monsieur Saxabar has always struck me as a rather arrogant and self-centered individual. But let's focus on the case at hand, shall we? We need to figure out what he's hiding and why he's so reluctant to assist us. Did you happen to notice any other peculiar behavior or inconsistencies in his responses? Detective Martini.
I don't know, but what is something I could do to get him to talk?
The burning question of how to make Monsieur Saxabar crack. You're looking for a way to make him spill the beans, eh? Well, let me think. Have you tried appealing to his ego? Maybe stroke his pride a bit and make him feel like he's the only one who can help solve this mystery. People like him usually love to feel important and indispensable. Give it a shot, detective. Flattery can work wonders sometimes.
Alright, I will.
Oh, I'd love to see you try.
Okay. Okay. Oh, it's getting weird. I'm back.
Ah, you've returned. How delightful.
That sounded sarcastic.
Oh, did it? Well, how astute of you to notice.
Listen, you're the only one that can help me solve this case.
Is that so?
A murderer might still be out there, and you're the only one who can stop him.
Well, aren't I just the hero of the hour?
Will you help me?
No.
What if someone you care about is next?
Then I suppose I would have a personal stake in the matter.
If that's the case, then you should help me catch the killer.
Very well.
Alright then, so can I ask you some questions?
Ask away.
Other than your lions, are you aware of any large beasts here in Vaudeville?
No, I am not.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Then one of the victims was mauled to death, it seems. What do you think it may have been?
A lion, perhaps.
He's not really helping his case. One of your lions?
Certainly not.
What other lions are there?
None.
Then it must have been your lions.
No, it wasn't.
How can you be so sure?
Because I know my lions better than anyone else.
If someone stole one of them and maybe used them to commit a murder, then wouldn't you want to get behind it?
No one can steal my lions.
So you're 100% sure that it wasn't any of your lions.
Positive.
Do you have any other animals?
No.
Do you know of any other animals that may have done it?
No.
Please, you're the only one that can help me.
I can't help you.
Did you know Maria Jansen?
No.
So please help me get to the bottom of her death.
No.
Please, with your intelligence, we might be able to help find the murderer. Find.
No.
With your intellect, we may be able to solve the case.
No.
What is Stuart intellect? This.
No. No.
Why are you so...
Because I am.
I can't do this without you.
Then don't do it.
So you don't want me to catch the murderer?
No.
Is it because you're the murderer?
No.
Then who is?
I don't know.
Who do you think it might be?
Not me.
Then who?
Don't care.
Then who?
No idea.
What were you doing on the night of April 22nd.
None of your business.
Were you with your lions?
No.
Were you with your lions?
No.
Do you ever take your lions on walks?
No.
So how has a lion escaped and killed someone?
No clue.
But it's still your fault.
No.
Then if it isn't your fault, whose is it?
Exactly. No idea.
We didn't get anything. I think we need to find some dirt on him or something. He won't talk. Okay. Yeah, since that lead is pretty much dead. Let's Nicola Grossman. Pascal's Groceries. Hello?
Hi there, how are you today? Oh, I just have to tell you, the shop is bursting with all sorts of delicious goodies. And guess what? I heard the juiciest rumor
Why
about
does he
Lady
sound like that?
Wilkins and her mysterious suitor. It's all anyone can talk about. But enough about that. How can I assist you today?
A rumor? What rumor?
Oh, you're in for a treat. So, the word on the street is that our dear Lady Wilkins, you know, the one with the extravagant hats and the pet parrot. Well, it seems she's been spotted sneaking off to the theater every night with this dashing gentleman. No one knows who he is, but they say he's got charm for days and whispers sweet nothings into her ear during the performances. Can you believe it? The scandalous romance of the century.
Have you heard any other rumors?
Oh, you bet I have. Vaudeville is always buzzing with rumors and gossip. Let me think. Yes, there's this one about Lord Harrington and his secret passion for ballroom dancing. Apparently, he's been taking lessons in secret and plans to surprise everyone at the upcoming grand ball. Can you imagine the look on everyone's faces when they see him twirling across the dance floor? It's going to be quite the spectacle. And then there's the tale of the mysterious artist who's been painting portraits of the town's most prominent figures.
Have you heard of any rumors about the recent murders here in Vaudeville?
Murders in Vaudeville. Goodness gracious, I hadn't heard about that. You've certainly caught my attention now. I must admit, I don't normally dwell on such dark matters, but if there's any juicy tidbits or whispers floating around, I'm sure to know about them soon enough. You know how word travels fast in this vibrant city. But dear me, it's truly a tragedy that such things are happening in our beloved community. I do hope they catch the culprit soon.
Yes, I'm Detective Martini and I'm investigating the case.
Detective Martini, you say? Well,
Hello
color me
everyone.
intrigued.
Oh, hello.
It's not every day that a detective graces my humble shop. How fascinating. But wait, does that mean you're here to solve the murders? Oh, I never thought I'd be involved in something so serious. Please, do tell me everything. I promise to assist you in any way I can. Detective Martini, just remember, I'm here to provide the finest produce and the juiciest gossip in town.
Yeah, of course you're welcome here. Did you know that Nicola Grossman was found dead next to your shop?
Nicola Grossman found dead next to my shop. Goodness gracious, that's quite a shock. I can't believe such a tragic event happened right outside my doorstep. It's truly heartbreaking. You know, I was just going about my usual morning routine, unloading groceries and preparing for the day when I stumbled upon poor Nicola's lifeless body. My heart sank, I must admit. But don't worry, I didn't touch anything or disturb the scene. I immediately called the authorities, knowing they would handle it properly.
But you just said you didn't know anything about the murders.
Oh, goodness. You caught me there. I suppose I didn't mean to say I had absolutely no knowledge of the murders. It's hard not to hear whispers and speculations when you run a bustling grocery store like mine. But please understand, Detective Martini, I don't have any concrete information or insight into the actual events surrounding the murders. I'm merely privy to the chatter and rumors that circulate among the townsfolk. It's all part of the colorful tapestry of Vaudville, you see.
Do you know any rumors about Nicola Grossman?
Well, you know how gossip spreads like wildfire in this town. There have been a few murmurings about dear old Nicola
Yeah,
Grossman,
so this game
but
is
nothing substantial.
like a detective, like
afraid
murder mystery,
Some folks speculate about his mysterious past, as he was always
and
a bit of
all
an
the
enigma.
NPCs are
Others whisper about his connections to
controlled by
certain
like
influential figures in
AI,
the city.
like ChatGPT.
But, you know, sometimes people just love to spin
So you
tales
can
and
talk
create
to them and
intrigue
they'll
where
just
there might not be
respond.
much to it at all. It's all part of the charm of living in a place like Vaudeville, wouldn't you agree?
What do you know about Nicola Grossman?
Nicola Grossman. Well, let me think. You see, Detective Martini, I don't personally have any in-depth knowledge about him. He wasn't a regular customer at my shop, and we didn't have many interactions. But from what I've heard around town, he was quite an interesting character. A man of mystery, you could say. Always kept to himself, quiet and reserved.
Mm.
Rumor has it that he had a knack for solving puzzles and riddles, which only added to his air of mystique.
I wonder if that's important enough to write down. I don't suspect this guy, so I don't think I'm gonna write a file about him yet. Do you know anything about Maria Jansen?
Maria Jansen. Now there's a name that rings a bell. She was one of the victims of the recent murders, wasn't she? Such a tragedy, I tell you. But as for specific details about Maria, I'm afraid I don't have much to offer. She wasn't a familiar face in my store, and I didn't have the pleasure of getting to know her. But that doesn't stop the rumor mill from churning, does it? I've overheard people speculating about her connections to influential circles and her enigmatic past.
What kind of circles?
Well, let me think. The kind of circles that have been mentioned in relation to dear old Maria. There's talk of her being involved in the art scene, you see. Some say she had a flair for the dramatic and was often seen at the theater, mingling with actors and artists. Others whisper about her connection to a secret society of intellectuals and creatives who gather in hidden corners of Vaudeville. But you must remember, these are just rumors.
Okay, so
my
she might
friend.
have some enemies.
The truth is often stranger than fiction, they say.
Do you know anything about Haley Greenwood?
Haley Greenwood, you said? Now there's a name that brings a smile to my face. Haley, my friend, was a burst of sunshine in the city. She had the most infectious laughter and a heart full of kindness. As for specifics, I can tell you that she was an avid lover of nature. She would spend hours in the park, basking in the beauty of flowers and trees. And rumor has it that she had a green thumb like no other. People would flock to her for gardening advice, seeking her expertise on all things plants and blooms.
Do you know who might have wanted to kill her?
Oh, my dear Detective Martini, I wish I could provide you with an answer to that question. But alas, I'm just as clueless as anyone else when it comes to identifying potential suspects. You see, my role here in Vaudeville is to run this delightful grocery store and keep the spirits of the townsfolk high with juicy gossip.
I brought corruption.
I'm not an investigator, much less a mind reader. However, I do hope that you and Chief Greatski can get to the bottom of this mystery soon.
Do you know Monsieur Saxabar?
Oh, Monty. Now, there's a name that's been floating around in the gossip circles lately.
They are
Let me
AI.
tell you, he's quite the charming fellow. always dressed to impress, with a smile that can light up a room. I've heard whispers of him being a bit of a ladies' man, but who can blame the ladies? Oh, Monty, my dear fellow. Now, he's someone I know quite well, you see.
He's repeating
Monty's
himself.
been a loyal customer of mine for years, and we've had our fair share of lively conversations.
Do you know any rumors about Saxabar? Do you know any rumors about Saxabar? What the? I think I bugged him. Do you have any rumors about Saxabar?
Well, the detective wants
That's
some
not what I
juicy
said.
details. I have the freshest produce, the best rumors, and a keen eye for detail. By the way, have you tried these new apples? They're quite the talk of the town.
Saxabar.
Oh, you mean Zach from the bar?
No!
Now,
Oh my god. How do I pronounce your name?
It's pronounced Monsieur Saxabar.
Monsieur.
No, not Monsour. Monsieur.
Monsieur.
No, not Monsour.
Why would they have such a difficult to pronounce name? Like, I don't think it's even predicting. Like, I don't think it's doing it correctly. Saxabar.
oh, you mentioned a bar.
No.
Have you heard about the new jazz bar that just opened in town? It's called the Blue Note. They have the most amazing live jazz performances every night. You should definitely check it out if you're into music. Speaking of which, did you know that I used to play the saxophone back in the day? Yeah. Oh, Saxabar. Now that's a place with some juicy rumors, my friend.
It's not an accent, it's
You won't believe the things I've heard.
just them having
They
a
say
weird
there's
name.
a secret underground jazz club hidden beneath the bar. Can you imagine? People whisper about famous musicians.
That's not a bar, it's a person.
Oh, Monsieur Saxabar.
There we go.
Now there's a name that's been swirling around in the gossip mill lately. They say he's been seen sneaking around some rather peculiar places at odd hours. Whispers have it that he's been conducting secret experiments in his basement. Some folks even claim to have heard strange noises coming from his house late at night. But you know how rumors go, my dear friend. They can be quite exaggerated. Still, it's quite intriguing, isn't it? Who knows what Monsieur Saxabar is up to?
Do you have any idea what the noises might be?
Oh, the noises. Well, my imagination runs wild with possibilities, my friend. Perhaps it's the clinking of test tubes and beakers as he conducts his mysterious scientific experiments. Or maybe it's the sound of gears turning and machines whirring as he tinkers away on some fantastical invention. Oh, the excitement. It could also be the echoes of music, for I've heard that he's a talented jazz musician. Picture this. The smooth melodies of saxophones and the rhythmic tapping of drums filling the air.
Do you think he might be hiding something about his lions?
Ah, the lions. Now there's a topic that's been circulating among the grapevine as well. Some say Monsieur Saxabar keeps a collection of exotic lions in his basement, hidden from prying eyes. Can you imagine? Majestic creatures right under our noses. But, my dear friend, let's not jump to conclusions. It could just be another rumor, another tale spun by the town's gossipers. Lions in Vaudville. It sounds like something out of a grand adventure.
Hello?
Oh dear, the world can be such a summer place sometimes, can't it? But we mustn't let it dampen our spirits.
No. Do you know anything about Haley Greenwood?
Haley Greenwood, you say? Oh, what a delightful young lady. She's been the talk of the town lately, I tell you. Rumor has it
Oh
that
wait,
she's
I
an
already asked.
incredibly
I
talented
already
artist,
asked him.
creating breathtaking paintings that capture the essence of life in Vaudeville. They say her works are filled with vibrant colors and evoke such deep emotions. Yeah, to have such talent. I've heard that her latest exhibition has been receiving rave reviews from art enthusiasts near and far. It's truly remarkable to see someone so young making such a mark.
Have you heard anything about the recent murders that took place here in Vaudeville?
Oh, my goodness. Murders, you say? How dreadful. It's truly unsettling to think that such heinous acts could occur in a city as refined as Vaudeville. But my darling, we shall not let it cast a shadow over our lives, shall we? Let us focus on the brighter things and leave the darkness to those who investigate it.
Well, I am those who investigate it. That's not what I said.
Ah, yes, the investigators. They do have quite the task ahead of them, don't they? Unraveling the mysteries, chasing shadows, and all that. It's my apologies, my mind tends to wander sometimes. It's just so difficult to resist the allure of a juicy mystery, even if it is a tad unsettling. But my goodness, how rude of me. I haven't properly introduced myself. I am Mrs. Potter, a humble housewife and heiress. Now, tell me, have you tried the truffles they have at Pascal's? Simply divine. Ah, how intriguing. A detective in our midst. Well, isn't that a delightful twist of fate? Perhaps you can help me solve the mystery of which fine cheeses pair best with my favorite wine. Or better yet, my late husband Victor, may he rest in peace. He was a rather stern man, you see, always concerned with appearances and propriety. But now that he's gone, I can finally spread my wings and indulge in the pleasures of life that he denied me. It's quite liberating, I must say.
How did your husband die?
Well, my dear, it's a terribly tragic tale. You see, my dear Victor succumbed to the flu while we were on a trip to India. It was such a dreadful turn of events, but I suppose it's simply a reminder that even the most vibrant of lives can be snuffed out in an instant. Life is so fragile, isn't it?
Did you also go to India?
India. Why, yes, my husband and I were in India before his untimely demise. We were exploring business opportunities, you know. But alas, they had
Business,
other
you say?
plans. It was quite the adventure, I must say. Exotic sights, intriguing people, and of course, the cuisine. I do miss those flavors. But life moves on, doesn't it? We mustn't dwell on the
Shut up.
past.
A business, you say? What kind of business? And with who?
Why, my dear, it was a rather secretive affair, you see. Mr. and Mrs. Grevison, along with some other investors and entertainers, were all involved in this endeavor. But I'm afraid I can't divulge any more details. It's all rather hush-hush, you understand. But rest assured, it was all done in pursuit of excitement and prosperity. Life is too short to shy away from a little risk, wouldn't you agree?
Did Nicola Grossman happen to also go on that trip?
Nicola Grossman. What a tragedy. Such a vibrant soul gone so soon. It's a shame, really. But you know, my darling, life is full of unexpected twists and turns. We mustn't dwell on the misfortunes of others. Instead, let us focus on the joys that still await us.
Did Nicola Grossman go to India with you?
Oh, my dear, I'm afraid I can't provide you with that information. You see, my travels and associations are my own business. But I'm sure you'll find the answers you seek in due time. Now, if you'll excuse me, I simply must find the finest oranges for my afternoon tea. Good day to you.
If you think I'll find the answers in due time, then why don't you just tell me now? It would make it easier for all of us.
My, aren't you persistent? I'm sorry, my lips are sealed. Some secrets are meant to be unraveled in their own time, like a delicate dance of intrigue and discovery. It wouldn't be nearly as thrilling if I just handed you all the answers now, would it? Life is full of mysteries, my dear detective, and it's up to you to uncover them. Happy sleuthing.
Wow. Okay, well, at least we got another lead. Mr. Graveson, I think? Yeah, Graveson Manor. I thought that name was familiar. What did we actually glean from that? Yeah. Oof. Chuny. She thinks she's Chuny or something. Okay. Ooh. Hello. Your house is rather dark, isn't it?
Yeah, you've noticed. Yes, I do prefer a more dimly lit atmosphere. It adds a certain mystery and ambience to the surroundings, don't you think? It's all part of the experience of being surrounded by such unique and fascinating artifacts.
What's this one?
Yeah, this one. Let me see. Oh, that is a mask I acquired during my travels to Africa. It's from a tribe known for their intricate ceremonial rituals. The craftsmanship is truly remarkable, wouldn't you agree? The patterns and symbols on the mask hold great significance in their culture. Fascinating, isn't it?
Africa, you say? Do you go on trips often?
Oh, absolutely. Traveling is one of my greatest passions. I find it exhilarating to explore different cultures, discover hidden gems, and of course, add to my collection along the way. From the bustling markets of Marrakech to the serene temples of Kyoto, I've had the pleasure of
Kyoto.
experiencing the wonders of the world. Is there a particular place you're interested in, Detective Martini?
Yes, in fact. I'm pretty interested in India.
India, you say. How intriguing. I recently had a rather enthralling trip to India myself. The vibrant colors, the rich history, and the sheer diversity of the country left me awestruck. What specifically piques your interest about India, Detective Martini? Its captivating traditions, the tantalizing cuisine,
Stop
or
role-playing.
perhaps the spiritual mystique that permeates the land.
Well, I heard about a business trip that a few people went to India.
Oh, how fascinating. A business venture in the enchanting lands of India, you say. Pray, do
I
tell
didn't
me
phrase
more.
that right.
Who are these adventurous individuals seeking to forge new paths in the realm of commerce? I do enjoy hearing tales of daring endeavors and the mingling of cultures in the pursuit of prosperity.
Well, I know one of those individuals was Mrs. Potter, and I also know that you were also on that trip.
Mrs. Potter, you say? How delightful. She is a truly remarkable woman, isn't she? I had the pleasure of accompanying her on that trip to the magnificent land of India. Such a diverse and captivating country it is. We were exploring the possibilities of starting a joint endeavor, you see. But pray, Detective Martini, how did you come across this information? Are you investigating the events of our journey?
I have my ways. Who else joined?
Well,
Oh.
Detective, you certainly have piqued my curiosity. Your mysterious ways intrigue me. Pray, do share a bit more about how you came upon this knowledge. It's always fascinating to uncover the sources of such intriguing tales. Well, now you've caught my attention, Detective Martini. I must admit, I am quite curious to know whom else you have discovered to have been part of this business venture to India. Do enlighten me, for I am eager to hear more about the individuals involved in this endeavor.
I'm asking you, who else went to India with you on that business trip?
Who else, you ask? Let me think. There were a few other investors and entertainers who joined us on that exciting expedition to the mystical land of India. It was a diverse group, each bringing their own unique talents and perspectives to the table. But why, pray tell, does this information interest you, dear detective? Are you hoping to unravel the secrets of our journey?
It might help clear your name in the recent murder investigations.
Clear my name in murder investigations, you say. How intriguing. I must admit,
How
I had
intriguing.
no idea my name was being associated with such unfortunate events. Pray, Detective Martini, do enlighten me on the details of these investigations. I assure you, I have nothing to hide and would be more than willing to assist in any way possible to shed light on these matters.
If you want to help with the investigation, you're gonna tell me who you were deciding to start a business with in India.
Deciding to start a business in India. Now that's an interesting twist. I'm quite intrigued by your line of questioning, Detective, but I'm afraid I can't reveal the names of my potential business partners just yet. You see, there are certain protocols and confidentiality agreements that need to be respected. However, I'm more than happy to provide you with information that may be of assistance in your investigation. What else would you like to know, dear detective?
What the heck? Did you perhaps go to India with Nicola Grossman?
Nicola Grossman, you say. How intriguing. I must confess, the name doesn't ring a bell.
What?
But do tell me more about this individual. Were they a fellow traveler on our Indian adventure? It's always fascinating to discover new connections and acquaintances made during our journeys. Yeah, Nicola Grossman, you say. Now that rings a faint bell. Yes, I do recall Nicola being part of the group on that memorable trip to India. A rather enigmatic character, if I may add. But pray, Detective Martini, what piques your interest in Nicola? Is there something specific you wish to know about their involvement in the journey or any other matter related to them?
Yes, I want to know the other people who went on that journey.
Oh, how delightful. I'm glad you're interested in the other individuals who embarked on that remarkable journey to India. It was quite a diverse and captivating group, I must say. Besides Mrs. Potter and myself, there were a few other investors and entertainers who joined us. Each brought their own unique talents and perspectives to the table. But I'm curious, Detective, why does this information hold significance for you? Are you piecing together the puzzle of our Indian adventure for some particular reason?
What kind of business were you thinking of starting in India?
Well, the business venture we were considering in India was a rather exciting prospect. I must admit, we were exploring the possibilities of establishing a trading partnership, perhaps delving into the world of textiles or spices. The rich cultural tapestry of India presented a plethora of opportunities for investment and growth. But pray, Detective Martini, why this sudden interest in the specifics of our business endeavors?
Talking in circles. There should be someone else. Cabernet Violetta. Country club? I think a business guy would be hanging out in a country club. Hello, you look like a businessman.
Ah, a keen observer. I see. Well, I do dabble in the intricate dance of business, my friend. Like a spider spinning its web, I navigate the intricate threads of commerce with finesse. How may I assist you on this fine day?
Do you work here?
Well, my dear interlocutor, I must say that I am not just a mere employee here. No, no, no. I am a connoisseur of the finer things in life, a maestro of entrepreneurial endeavors. My presence in this illustrious establishment is not merely a result of happenstance, but rather a testament to my success and refined taste. So, my good sir, how may I be of service to you?
Have you started any business?
Oh, my astute companion. It seems you haven't quite grasped the full magnitude of my ventures. I am not one to simply start, for I am always one step ahead, forever laying the groundwork for
I
my
didn't
next
formulate
triumph.
this my
With a flick
sentence
of
in my head
wrist and a glint
before
in
I
my
started
eye,
talking.
I orchestrate the symphony of my enterprises. To put it simply, my journey has long begun, and I am already soaring the heights others can only dream of. Now, tell me, how can I dazzle you with my expertise? Oh, my dear interlocutor, you have opened the floodgates of India, you say? Ah, the land of vibrant colors, aromatic spices, and a plethora of opportunities. Why, my dear interlocutor, the thought has certainly crossed my mind. But you see, diving into the Indian market is like taming a wild stallion.
What?
It
What
requires
are these
finesse,
analogies?
strategic maneuvering, and an understanding of the intricate cultural nuances. While others may
Nuances.
falter and stumble, I possess the acumen to navigate these treacherous waters.
Have you heard of any business trips to India?
Oh, my curious companion, you seem to be fishing for some juicy tidbits, don't you? Yes, indeed, there were whispers of a business expedition to the enchanting lands of India. A group of esteemed individuals, including the late Nicola Grossman, Maria Jansen,
What?
and Haley Greenwood, embarked
Wait,
on this
what?
grand adventure. They sought to unravel the mysteries of the East and evaluate potential business prospects. Alas, tensions arose and their dreams were shattered like porcelain teacups in a tempest.
What happened to their plans?
Ah, my inquisitive friend, it seems you have stumbled upon a tale of ambition and strife. The plans, you ask? Ah, they crumbled like a house of cards in a gusty wind. The delicate balance of egos and aspirations proved too much to bear, and the once promising venture met its untimely demise. It appears that the stars were not aligned in their favor, and the fates had other plans in store. But fear not, for I, Biajar, shall rise above such trivialities and forge my own path to success.
Did anybody else go on that trip to India?
Well, it seems you've piqued my interest with your query. Yes, indeed, there were a few other individuals who were supposed to partake in this grand Indian escapade. Monsieurs Sabar and Marina H., they were meant to be part of the ensemble, but alas, they were left out at the 11th hour. It's a curious turn of events, isn't it? Like a jigsaw puzzle missing a few crucial pieces, the picture remains incomplete.
Why were they left out of the trip?
My dear interlocutor, it appears the stars did not align for poor Monsieur Sabar and dear Marina H. Perhaps their presence was deemed inconsequential, like a grain of sand lost in the vast expanse of a desert. Or maybe, just maybe, they were simply not worthy of basking in the glory of such a prestigious expedition. Who can tell? The machinations of fate are a fickle mistress, my friend.
Did you also go to India?
India, my curious companion, a land of mystique and
Oh my
wonder, where
gosh.
dreams intertwine with reality. Alas, I must confess that my ventures have taken me to far grander horizons. While others may have sought solace in the embrace of the East, I, like a shooting star across the night sky, have charted my own course to success. So, my inquisitive friend, I shall leave you to ponder the depths of my endeavors while I continue to conquer new frontiers. Why, my dear interlocutor, it seems you have a vivid imagination. While the allure of the Indian adventure may have tempted many, I, alas, had other endeavors to attend to. Like a captain steering a ship through uncharted waters, I charted a different course. One that would lead me to even greater triumphs. So, no, I did not partake in their escapade to the mystical lands of India. But rest assured, my ambitions know no bounds,
He talks so
and I shall
much.
forge my own path to success.
Do you know what happened on their business expedition? Why did it fall through?
Oh, my astute companion, it appears you are delving into murky depths. The details of their ill-fated expedition to the east are shrouded in mystery, like whispers carried away by the wind. The precise reasons for its demise remain elusive, buried beneath layers of intrigue and clandestine maneuverings. but fear not, for the truth has a way of revealing itself, much like a diamond hidden in the rough. Patience, my friend, for all will be unveiled in due time.
Oh my gosh. Well, I think I got as much out of him as I was going to. Oh, did you have a rough day? I'm sorry. Yeah, I hope you can relax then. Tonight. If it is night for you. So what is that? 5 people went to India? And then Saxabar. Okay. That's a huge lead, I think. Better than we had before. Okay, I'm gonna go... I need to get another drink. I'll be right back. I don't know how long I can stream for, since I do have class in the morning. I probably started way too late, but I just got distracted. That's why I didn't start earlier. Wow, okay. This is a weird looking town. You can end anytime you want. Okay. I want to make some good progress first on this investigation. Hold on, let's get more rumors from Pascal. Have you heard any rumors about Marina H?
Oh, Marina H. Now there's a name that's been buzzing around Vaudeville lately. Rumor has it that Marina has been seen cozying up to a mysterious stranger at the cafe on Oak Street. Some say they've been meeting there every evening, whispering sweet nothings over cups of steaming coffee. But you know how rumors can be, my friend. They grow wings and fly away before you can even catch them. So, take it with a grain of salt, but that's the latest gossip on Marina H. Anything else you're curious about?
Have you heard any rumors about Mrs. Potter?
Oh, Mrs. Potter. My dear friend. You won't believe the juicy tidbits I've heard about her. It seems that she has caught the eye of none other than Count Grevison
Whoa.
himself. Yes, you heard that right. The dashing Count and our beloved Mrs. Potter. There are whispers that they've been spotted strolling arm in arm through the park, sharing secret smiles and stolen glances. Oh, the scandal. But of course, it's all just hearsay, you understand. Still, it's quite exciting to imagine, isn't it?
Why did it do that? Have you heard any rumors about Count Graveson?
Oh, Count Gravison. Now there's a name that's been buzzing around town lately. Rumors, everywhere. Some say he's hiding a secret treasure in his mansion. Others claim he's a master magician, capable of turning lead into gold. And of course, there's the talk about the manticore being in his basement. But you know me, always curious and eager to know more. It's all just gossip, mind you. I've never seen any of it myself. But who knows? The truth is often stranger than fiction, they say.
A manticore?
Yeah, the legendary manticore. Quite the fantastical creature, isn't it? Half lion, half scorpion, with wings and all. The stories about it have been circulating for ages. But you see, my dear friend, I must confess that I've only heard whispers about the possibility of the manticore residing in the basement of the Gravison Manor. I have yet to lay
That is
eyes on
oddly
such an
specific.
extraordinary beast, though I must admit it would be quite the sight to behold.
Have you heard any rumors about Biagio?
Biagio, you say. Now that's an
Biagio.
interesting name to bring up. Let me tell you, my friend, there's been no shortage of rumors surrounding Biagio. Some say he's a secret agent working for a mysterious organization. Others claim he's an undercover detective solving crimes in disguise. And of course, there are those who believe he possesses some sort of supernatural powers. But you know what they say about rumors, don't you? They can be as elusive as a wisp of smoke.
Well, thank you, Pascal. It's better than nothing. Miss Cow.
Oh, call me Pascal, my dear. Miss Cal was my grandmother's nickname. But I'm glad I could provide you with a little something to satisfy your curiosity.
That's silly. Hello.
Oh dear, I'm feeling a bit down today. But no matter. Life is too short to dwell on sadness. Let's focus on the finer things, shall we? Perhaps a little shopping spree is in order.
Why are you feeling down?
Oh, it's just a passing mood, my dear. A touch of melancholy that sometimes sneaks up on me. But fear not, I shan't let it dampen my spirits for long. There are far more exciting endeavors to indulge in than dwelling on such trifles. Now, let us venture forth and explore the delights of this grocery shop.
Tell me about yourself.
Ah, well, there's not much to say, really. I am Mrs. Potter, a widow and heiress. My late husband, Victor, was quite the character. We traveled the world together, you know, until he fell ill and passed away during our trip to India. Since then, I've been living here in Vaudville, enjoying the comforts of my inheritance and indulging in the pleasures that life has to offer. But enough about me, my good detective.
Wait.
I'm more interested in hearing about your adventures and the mysteries you've unraveled.
You know, I heard you're together with Count Graveson now.
Well, my dear, it seems the grapevine has been busy spreading rumors once again. Count Graveson and I are indeed good friends, and we do spend time in each other's company. But as for anything more, well, let's just say that the whispers of society are often exaggerated. You mustn't believe everything you hear, my dear detective. Now, shall we get back to the more pressing matter at hand? I simply must find the finest oranges for my afternoon tea.
And how is Graveson compared to your late husband?
Miss S., comparisons can be quite a delicate subject, don't you think? Each person brings their own unique qualities to a relationship. Victor, my late husband, was a man of tradition, with his strict ideas about how a lady should behave. Grayson, on the other hand, is a bit more, shall we say, adventurous. He encourages me to embrace the world beyond the confines of societal expectations. But let us not dwell on the past, my detective friend. Life is far too short to ponder what might have been.
So were you perhaps getting tired of your old husband?
Oh, my dear, tiredness is such a strong word. Let's just say that I yearn for a touch of excitement and freedom that my old life couldn't provide. Variety is the spice of life, after all.
She had to kill him.
And now, with the passing of dear old Victor, I find myself embracing new experiences with open arms. So, let's not linger on the thoughts of weariness. Instead, let's focus on the delightful treasures that this grocery shop holds. Shall we?
Do you know anything about a manticore?
A manticore, you say? How intriguing. I must admit, I've heard whispers of this mythical creature, a fearsome combination of lion and scorpion with a taste for human flesh. But my dear, it's nothing more than folklore, isn't it? Such fantastical tales have a way of capturing the imagination, but I assure you, there's no need to fear. Now, let us set our sights on more tangible pleasures, like these delectable pastries I see before us. Don't they simply beckon for a taste?
I feel like there's something else I should ask her, but I don't know. Doesn't she kind of look like a mushroom? She's like red, and she's got like the spots. You look like a mushroom.
Ah, my observant detective. A mushroom, you say? Well, I suppose there are worse things to resemble. After all, mushrooms have an air mystery and intrigue about them, don't they? They thrive in the shadows, quietly gathering their secrets and flavors. Perhaps there's more to me than meets the eye, just like those elusive fungi. But enough about my appearance. Let's focus on the task at hand. There's still so much to explore in this delightful grocery shop. Onward we go.
You must really like mushrooms.
Well, my dear, it seems you've caught me in a playful little secret. Yes, I do have quite the affinity for mushrooms. Their earthy aroma, their delicate texture, and the myriad of culinary possibilities they offer. It's a passion of mine, you see. But let's keep it between us, shall we? A little secret to add a touch of mischief to our conversation. Now, let us continue our exploration of this marvelous grocery store. The world of gastronomy awaits.
Why would you be keeping your love of mushrooms a secret?
My. It appears you've struck a nerve, haven't you? How perceptive of you to notice that I've been keeping my love for mushrooms a bit hidden. But you know, my detective friend, sometimes it's the small secrets that bring a bit of excitement to life. A dash of mystery, if you will. And besides, not everyone appreciates the art of mushroom picking as I do. So, let's revel in this mischievous delight and savor the secrecy together,
Did your late husband like mushrooms?
Why, my dear, you have quite the knack for prying into personal matters, don't you? But since we're on the subject, I'll indulge you. No, my late husband did not share my love for mushrooms. He had his own peculiar tastes and preferences, which I respectfully catered to during our time together. But now, in this new chapter of my life, I can freely explore the delights of the fungi kingdom without any inhibitions. Life is full of surprises, isn't it?
Have you ever fed your husband any mushrooms?
Oh, my dearest detective, you do have a wicked sense of humor, don't you? The thought of feeding my late husband anything unawares is simply preposterous. But I must admit, the mischievous twinkle in your eye tells me that you're enjoying this little game of ours. So, let's keep dancing on the line of mischief and secrets, shall we? There are far more fascinating topics to discuss than the culinary choices of my departed spouse. Now, off we go to uncover more hidden treasures in this enchanting grocery shop.
Did you poison your husband?
My detective, you certainly have a vivid imagination. I can see where your mind is wandering, but I assure you, there is no truth to such scandalous notions. I am a woman of class and refinement, and the idea of poisoning anyone, let alone my dear Victor, is utterly
Did her
absurd.
voice not
Let
get
us leave
higher
these
when I
baseless
mentioned
accusations
mushrooms?
behind and focus on more delightful matters, like the fine selection of
Am I
cheeses
going
over
crazy?
there. Don't they make your taste buds tingle with anticipation?
Am I going crazy? Yeah, sure, we can ask Count Graveson about mushrooms. How do you feel about mushrooms?
Yeah, mushrooms.
Oh.
Fascinating little organisms, aren't they? So diverse and mysterious. Have you come across any particularly intriguing ones in your adventures, Detective Martini?
Tell me about that India trip you went on with Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, Haley Greenwood, Mrs. Potter.
Ah, the India trip. What a marvelous adventure it was. We set off with great enthusiasm, eager to explore the wonders of that vibrant country. Miss S. Potter, Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, Haley Greenwood, and I, along with other investors and entertainers, embarked on this journey to evaluate the potential for a business venture. We were captivated by the rich culture, the bustling markets, and the breathtaking landscapes of India. Each day was filled with new discoveries and unforgettable experiences. Is there anything specific you would like to know about our time in India, Detective?
Were there any other investors from Vaudeville in that trip?
Oh, indeed there were. Besides Miss S. Potter and myself, there were a few other esteemed individuals from Vaudeville who joined us on that memorable expedition. We had the pleasure of the company of Mr. and Mrs. Kensington, renowned art collectors, as well as Sir Reginald Thorne, a prominent businessman with a keen interest in international trade. They all added their own unique perspectives and expertise to the discussions and adventures we had in India.
Are these actual
Quite an
characters?
eclectic group, wouldn't you say, Detective Martini?
What happened on that trip? What the? Because sometimes the AI can kind of like hallucinate and make things up, so What happened on that trip?
Yeah, the trip to India with Mr. and Mrs. Potter. It was quite an adventure, I must say. We set off on a quest to explore the possibilities of starting a business together in that vibrant land. We immersed ourselves in the rich culture, indulged in delectable cuisine, and encountered fascinating people along the way. But pray tell, Detective Martini, why do you ask about our trip? Is there something specific you'd like to know?
Did you end up starting any business?
Oh, my dear detective, I'm delighted that you've asked. Indeed, we had grand plans of establishing a venture in the exotic realms of India. We explored various opportunities, from spice trading to textile manufacturing. However, as fate would have it, we found an even more enticing investment opportunity back home in Vaudville. It was simply too captivating to resist. But please, do share with me why you're interested in this particular aspect of my ventures.
A more enticing investment? Can I know more?
Yeah, my apologies, Detective Martin. It seems there was a misunderstanding in my previous statement. What I meant to convey was that we stumbled upon an investment opportunity in Vaudeville that captivated our attention more than the prospects in India. Pray, do tell me, what piques your interest in our investments?
What investments?
Investments, you say. Well, my dear detective, we have dabbled in various ventures over the years. From real estate to art acquisitions, we have quite the diverse portfolio. But I must admit, I'm curious as to why you're so interested in the topic of investments. Is there a particular reason or perhaps a case you're working on that involves such matters? Do enlighten me, for I am always eager to learn more. Oh, my apologies, Detective Martini. Well, it was not so much a single investment that caused us to cut our trip to India short. It was more of a fortuitous turn of events that unfolded back in Vaudeville. You see, during our time in India, we received news of a unique opportunity to acquire a rare artifact that was rumored to be the missing piece in my collection. The allure was simply too strong to resist, and we made the decision to return promptly. As a collector, the pursuit of rare and extraordinary pieces is a passion of mine.
What artifact may that be?
The artifact that beckoned me back to Vaudeville. It was a truly remarkable find, Detective Martini. The relic shrouded in mystery and whisper tales of its power. But alas, I cannot reveal the specifics just yet. Where would the excitement be in divulging all the details prematurely? Tell me, Detective Martini, have you ever been captivated by the lure of a mysterious artifact? The stories they hold, the
They
secrets
say
they guard.
NPCs are getting
It
smart.
is a fascination
Meanwhile,
that consumes
Cyberpunk.
me.
Does the artifact have anything to do with the manticore in your basement?
The manticore in my basement, you say. How intriguing that you would bring up such a creature. But pray tell, why do you associate the manticore with the elusive artifact? Is there a connection that I am unaware of? I must admit, your curiosity has piqued my interest. Do you share your thoughts, dear detective?
Is there a manticore in your basement?
A manticore in my basement. My Detective Martini, you certainly have a vivid imagination. While I do have a penchant for collecting exotic creatures, I'm afraid there's no manticore residing in my humble abode. However, I have encountered one in my travels, a magnificent beast with a lion's body, a scorpion's tail, and a human-like face. Quite fascinating, I assure you. But alas, it does not currently reside within these walls. Now, do enlighten me, why this sudden fascination with manticores?
Where does the manticore reside then?
My dear detective, I must confess that I find your curiosity quite amusing. But I must clarify once again, there is no manticore in my possession at the moment. If you are truly interested in the whereabouts of such a creature, I suggest you seek out Monsieur Satsabar. He is a renowned trainer of extraordinary beasts and may have some insight into the matter. But do tell me, what has sparked this peculiar interest in manticores? Is there something specific you're searching for, or perhaps a case that involves these mythical beings?
Well, to be honest, one of the people you went on that trip with, Maria Jansen, is now dead, and it appears that they have been mauled by some sort of beast.
Goodness gracious. Maria Jansen, you say? How terribly tragic. I had no idea she had met with such a grim fate. Mowing by a beast,
You
say?
gonna go to bed now?
How
Okay,
intriguingly
bye.
macabre. Pray, do enlighten me, Detective Martini. What beast could have possibly been responsible for this gruesome incident? Could it have been a wild animal from the depths of the forest, or perchance something more otherworldly? The mysteries that surround us never cease to captivate
He's
my
not being
imagination.
very subtle about it. You know, you're not very subtle. I know it was the Manticore.
Well, Detective Martini, you certainly have a keen eye for deduction. It seems my attempts at subtlety have been in vain. Yes, indeed, I confess that the Manticore did play a role in poor Maria Jansen's demise. But do tell me, how did you come to this conclusion? Was it the telltale signs left behind, or perhaps some other evidence that led you to the truth? I must admit, I am rather intrigued by your astute observation.
How did the Manticore escape?
An excellent question, my dear detective. The escape of the Manticore is quite a tale. You see, these magnificent creatures possess a cunning and elusive nature. It was during Monsieur Saxobar's training sessions that the Manticore managed to slip away. I imagine it was a combination of its feline agility and its desire for freedom that facilitated its escape. Fascinating, isn't it? The world can be a wondrous place, full of unexpected twists and turns. But do share, how did you come to learn of the Manticore's escape? Oh, my apologies if I wasn't clear, Detective Martini. No, I did not mean to imply that Monsieur Saxobar was in possession of the Manticore when it escaped. In fact, I sold the creature to him specifically for the purpose of its training and inclusion in a circus. However, it seems that despite his expertise, the Manticore found a way to elude even his grasp. Quite intriguing, wouldn't you agree? These mythical beasts have a knack for slipping through the tightest of bonds.
How did he acquire a Manticore?
How did he acquire a Manticore, you ask? Well, that is a fascinating story in itself. You see, I happened to come across the elusive beast during one of my journeys, and its captivation was simply undeniable. It possessed such an air of mystery and enchantment that I couldn't resist the opportunity to add it to my collection. And so, after much negotiation and careful arrangements, I entrusted the care of the magnificent creature to Monsieur Saxobar. I must admit, I am curious to know why this particular detail intrigues you, dear detective.
That seems like what happened. Wow. Okay then. So it was an accident. That's really sad. Just trying to get behind it, that's all.
I understand, Detective Martini. It seems there is more beneath the surface, and I can't help but wonder what lies behind your curiosity. Is there something specific you're searching for or suspecting in relation to the Manticore and its acquisition? I assure you, I am here to assist in any way I can, within the bounds of truth and my knowledge. So please, do share your thoughts and let us delve deeper into this enigmatic matter together.
So are you sure that the Manticore escaped, or was it let out on purpose?
Oh, my dear detective, you raise an intriguing question. The possibility of the Manticore's escape versus it being let out on purpose is indeed a thought-provoking one. While I cannot speak definitively on the matter, I must admit that such an idea does add a layer of mystery to the situation. It begs the question of motive and intention. Could someone have deliberately released the Manticore, and if so, for what purpose? These are the kind of puzzles that keep me captivated, dear detective. What leads you to consider such a possibility?
Well, I just want to be sure before I pin Saxabar for the murder of Maria Jansen.
Pin stacks of bar for the murder of Maria Jansen. That's quite a serious accusation, Detective Martini. But before you proceed with any action, might I ask what evidence you have gathered thus far that points to Monsieur Saxabar's involvement in this unfortunate incident? It is only fair to ensure that we have a sound basis for accusing an individual of a crime. After all, we wouldn't want any unjust accusations tarnishing the reputations of innocent parties.
Well, you've already told me that the Manticore escaped while training with Monsieur Saxabar, so that means that he must be charged with manslaughter.
Yeah, I see. So you believe that due to the Manticore's escape during its training with Monsieur Saxabar, he should be charged with manslaughter. I must say, your logic is certainly compelling, but let us explore this further. Are you suggesting that the mere escape of the Manticore automatically places the blame on Monsieur Saxabar? Is there no room for the possibility of unforeseen circumstances or external factors that may have contributed to the tragic outcome? I do apologize for my persistent questioning, but I am genuinely intrigued by your line of reasoning.
I mean, there's no other possible answer.
Oh, forgive me if my inquiries seem repetitive, Detective Martini. It is not my intention to challenge your conclusions, but rather to understand the depth of your investigation. If you are certain that there is no other possible answer than to attribute the tragedy solely to the actions of Monsieur Saxabar, then perhaps it is time to proceed with your course of action. However, in the spirit of curiosity and exploration, allow me to pose one final question. What if there is more to this puzzle than meets the eye?
Huh? Then tell me, is there anything you're hiding from me?
Hiding something from you, dear detective. I assure you, I have no reason to withhold any pertinent information. My goal is to assist you in your pursuit of the truth. If there is something specific you would like to know, or if there are any particular aspects of the case that you believe I may have overlooked, please do share. I am here to provide any insight or knowledge that may aid in your investigation.
Did you help Mrs. Potter kill her husband?
My goodness, Detective Martini, that is quite an accusation you're making. I must say, it surprises me greatly. I can understand that you may have suspicions and are exploring all possible angles. But I must insist that I had no involvement in such a heinous act.
No, you're good.
Mrs. Potter and I may have had our differences, but to suggest that I would partake in a crime of that nature is quite unfounded. Pray tell, what leads you to make such a grave allegation? Is there evidence or a motive that you have discovered?
I think Mrs. Potter may have killed her husband.
Detective Martini, your suspicion towards Mrs. Potter is indeed intriguing. While it is not my place to pass judgment or make accusations, may I inquire as to what has led you to believe that she may be responsible for her husband's demise? Has any concrete evidence or compelling motives come to light in your investigation? It is essential to approach these matters with caution and ensure a thorough examination of all possibilities before drawing any conclusions.
Well, she seems to be a lot happier, and she feels a lot more free ever since her husband passed away. Also, she has an obsession with mushrooms, which leads me to believe that she used a mushroom to poison her husband.
Well, now that you mention it, the change in Mrs. Potter's demeanor and her newfound sense of freedom is rather interesting. And her fascination with mushrooms could certainly raise some eyebrows. However, I must emphasize that correlation does not always imply causation. It is crucial to consider alternative explanations and gather additional evidence before jumping to conclusions.
Okay.
Have you found anything else that would support this theory of yours? Perhaps we can explore this further and see if there are other pieces to this puzzle that we have yet to uncover.
Well, I also find it suspicious that Mrs. Potter's husband died of the flu while on that trip to India.
My dear detective, you do have a knack for noticing peculiarities. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Potter's demise during their trip to India are indeed unfortunate. The fact that he reportedly died from the flu raises some questions, especially considering the timing and the potential connection to Miss S. Potter's changed behavior. I cannot deny that it is a puzzling coincidence. Tell me, Detective Martini, have you uncovered any further details or information that may shed light on this matter? It seems we are delving into a web of mysteries intertwined with the lives of the Potters.
Do you love Mrs. Potter?
Love, you say? Well, that is quite an unexpected question, I must admit. While I do find Miss S. Potter to be a captivating and intriguing individual, our relationship is one of acquaintanceship. Nothing more. As a collector of rare items and a connoisseur of the finer things in life, I am drawn to her refined tastes and sophisticated demeanor. But to suggest that there is love involved would be quite a leap, don't you think? Is there a particular reason you ask?
Does Mrs. Potter hate anyone?
Does Miss S. Potter harbor feelings of animosity towards someone, you wonder? That is an interesting inquiry, dear detective. I cannot claim to know the depths of her emotions or personal relationships. However, I have observed that Miss S. Potter possesses a certain air of grace and composure in her interactions with others. It is possible that, like any human being, she may have her own grievances or conflicts. But without further information, it would be difficult for me to ascertain the specifics of any such feelings she may hold.
Do you know about Mrs. Potter's fascination with mushrooms?
Ah, mushrooms, you say? How fascinating. I must admit, I have not had the pleasure of discussing Miss S. Potter's specific fascination with mushrooms. Pray tell, what is it about mushrooms that captivates her so? Is it their unique shapes, their various culinary uses, or perhaps their symbolic significance? I do have a fondness for exploring different interests and curiosities, and Miss S. Potter's fascination with mushrooms sounds like it could be quite intriguing. Do you happen to have more details about her particular interest in mushrooms?
I don't really suspect Graveson at all. Because he seemed rather open. And plus, like, he doesn't seem like, it seems her. I genuinely believe that maybe him and or Mrs. Potter's relationship might just be one-sided. Like maybe Mrs. Potter killed her husband, because I'm pretty sure she killed her husband, even though that's not what we're like investigating. But I think she likes Anna's songs about mushroom. I did think about that song when I saw her outfit. I was like, what? She's dressed like a mushroom. That song just also did come out, so. But I'm wondering, there's a lot of stuff going on. What if they're protecting each other? I don't know. Why were you excluded on the trip to India?
I simply have more important matters to attend to, my dear detective.
What important matters?
My affairs are of no concern to you, detective.
Did it happen to be concerning a manticore?
Perhaps it was, perhaps it wasn't. But what does that have to do with anything?
Do you know anything of a rare artifact in Vaudville?
No, I don't.
Do you know a name by Sir Reginald Thorne?
Never heard of him.
What's your relationship with Count Graveson?
None of your business.
I know Count Graveson sold you a manticore.
Dead wrong.
He did.
No, you did not.
I heard you might be conducting secret experiments.
Ridiculous rumors.
Count Graveson told me that you own a manticore.
Well, the good count must have a vivid imagination, because I assure you, I do not own a manticore.
He knows because he's the one who gave you it.
Utter nonsense.
The manticore escaped while you were training with it.
Not true.
Ugh. Why were you planning to go to India?
Business.
What kind of business?
My affairs are my own.
I'm trying to ask Monsieur Saxabar about his manticore, but he won't answer any of my questions.
Yeah, Monsieur Saxabar and his marvelous manticore. A truly fascinating creature, if you ask me. Tell me, Detective Martini, what is it that you wish to know about the manticore? Perhaps, my dear friend, I can provide you with some information that may be of use.
Did the manticore kill Maria Jansen?
Ah, Maria Jansen, you say? How intriguing. I must admit, I haven't heard of her unfortunate demise.
What?
But pray tell, what makes you suspect that the manticore had any involvement in her untimely fate? Do share the details, my good detective. I am most eager to hear your theories.
You told me before that the manticore escaped while training with Monsieur Saxabar.
Oh, my apologies, Detective Martini. It seems there has been a slight misunderstanding. The manticore did not escape while training with Monsieur Saxabar. In fact, I sold the manticore to him specifically for training and use in the circus. However, it is still residing in the cellar of my manor while undergoing its training. Quite a magnificent beast, I assure you. But why do you bring up the manticore in relation to the unfortunate incident involving Miss Jensen? Is there some connection that I am unaware of? Pray, do enlighten me.
Maria Jansen was killed by some sort of beast, and I believe it to be the manticore. Johnson?
Oh, really? A beast, you say? How fascinating. I must admit, the idea of the manticore being involved in such a gruesome affair is quite thrilling. But I must ask, my dear detective, what evidence do you have to support this theory? Have you found any traces or witnesses that connect the manticore to the scene of the crime? I find it quite intriguing to entertain such possibilities.
Yeah, I don't know.
Please do share your findings with me.
So is the manticore in your cellar right now?
Well, Detective Martini, you have a keen eye for details. Yes, indeed, the magnificent creature known as the manticore is currently residing in my cellar. It is undergoing rigorous training under the watchful eye of Monsieur Saxabar. But I am curious, why the sudden interest in the whereabouts of the manticore? Do you have plans to witness its grandeur yourself, or perhaps there is something else that piques your curiosity? Pray, do tell me more.
Did the manticore ever escape?
Escape, you say? Well, I must confess, there have been a few instances where the manticore has displayed its wild nature and attempted to venture beyond the confines of its temporary abode. However, rest assured, my dear detective, that the necessary precautions have been taken to ensure its containment. But I am intrigued by your line of questioning. Why this fascination with the Manticore's escapades? Is there a particular reason you wish to know more about its potential wanderings?
Because Maria Jansen seemed to be killed by a wild animal.
Ah, I see. So you believe that Maria Jansen was killed by a wild animal, and you suspect the Manticore to be the culprit. How intriguing. But I assure you, Detective Martini, my Manticore is quite tame and under the careful supervision of Monsieur Saxabar. It would be highly unlikely for it to be involved in such a tragic incident. Nevertheless, I am curious to hear more about your investigation. What evidence or observations have led you to this conclusion? Please, do share your insights with me.
The body of Maria Jansen happens to have bite marks which resemble those of a manticore.
Bite marks resembling those of a manticore, you say? That is certainly a peculiar
I think
coincidence.
what happened is I
However,
said
I must
something
express my skepticism,
that, like,
for it is a known fact that manticore bites have distinct
I
characteristics
said something
that differentiate them from other
before
creatures.
that
Are you
prompted
absolutely certain
him
that these bite marks can be attributed to a manticore
actually
and not some other creature?
give the answer
I am genuinely
like
fascinated by this
earlier
development, as
than
it challenges the very
intended.
nature of my prize beast. Pray, enlighten me further on the
So-
specifics of these bite marks and how they relate to the unfortunate.
I think what he said before was true, that the manticore escaped while training with Saxabar. But now they're saying something about like an artifact. Maybe I'll try to ask who else was on that trip. Guess I'll ask Miss Potter. Do you know anything about an artifact in Vaudeville?
Oh, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about any
Can I
artifacts
please
in
say?
vaudeville.
Can I please say
But, you know,
sleepy?
detective, sometimes the most interesting things are kept hidden away, waiting to be discovered by someone with a curious mind and a sense of adventure. Who knows what secrets this city holds?
I know about your trip to India with Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, Haley Greenwood, and Count Graveson.
Ah, India, such a fascinating place. Yes, my late husband Victor and Count Gravison did take a trip there with Maria Jensen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley. But you see, my dear detective, it was all about exploring business opportunities, evaluating the potential for a wandering show of artifacts and artists from all over the world. It was quite an exciting venture, although Victor's untimely demise cut our plans short. Such a shame. Life can be so unpredictable, can't it?
Victor's demise cut your plans short? Well, Count Graveson told me that you left because of an artifact that appeared in Vaudeville.
Oh, Count Grace. Always so full of imagination and stories.
Oh,
Well,
great.
I suppose there's a cruel truth to his tale. You know, sometimes it's the unexpected that truly captures one's attention. But I assure you, my departure from India had nothing to do with any artifact in Vaudeville. I simply had to return to my duties here in this charming little city.
You don't have any duties.
Artifacts or not, Vaudeville has its own allure. Wouldn't you agree?
Why did you exclude Saxabar and Marina H?
Well, my dear detective, Monsieur Saxabar is quite the enigmatic
This
character,
like voice
isn't he?
recognition
I
or
must
whatever
admit,
kind of
there may
sucks.
be some exclusions in my previous statements. But you see, it's all part of the intrigue, the mystery that surrounds this place. Some things are better left unsaid, don't you think?
No, I think you should say them.
After all, secrets have a way of adding a touch of excitement to life. Wouldn't you agree?
What is this? The Blackwoods? Whoa, what the? Dada.
Ah, my dear friend, you have caught me in a moment of vulnerability.
What the?
You see, the thing is, I sometimes wonder if I am truly capable of protecting the Blackwoods.
So I didn't say
It is a
that.
great responsibility, and my mind often wanders into the depths of doubt. At times, I feel like a tiny acorn trying to shield an entire forest from the storm. Yet, despite my insecurities, I continue to stand tall and embrace my duty with all the strength I can muster. For it is in the face of uncertainty that true courage is found. Don't you agree?
Do you know anything about mythical creatures?
Mythical creatures, oh how they dance in the realm of imagination. Within the ancient tales and legends, there lie beings of enchantment and mystery. They whisper through the winds and hide within the shadows. But alas, my knowledge of such creatures is but a flickering candle in a vast darkness.
Why is everybody speaking
I have
poems?
heard whispers of fairies with shimmering wings, majestic unicorns with coats as white as moonlight, and mischievous sprites that play tricks on unsuspecting travelers. These marvelous creatures, like dreams woven in the tapestry of fantasy, elude my grasp.
Have you ever seen or heard of a manticore?
Ah, the manticore, the creature of both awe and fear, with the body of
Who's
a lion,
Dada? I guess
the tail of a
this person.
scorpion, and the face of a human. It is said that the manticore prowls in the darkest corners of the world, its roars echoing like thunder in the night. While I have not personally seen a manticore in the Blackwoods, I must confess that there was a moment when I glimpsed something peculiar.
What did you glimpse?
Oh, my friend, it was a sight that stirred the depths of my soul. As I sat
You
beneath
fell
the
asleep.
ancient oak tree, my eyes caught a fleeting glimpse of a carriage passing through the outskirts of the forest. But this was no ordinary carriage, for it was accompanied by a magnificent beast. A being that resembled a fearsome combination of a lion and a dragon.
What the?
Its wings spread wide, casting shadows upon the earth, and its fiery breath illuminated the path ahead. Could it have been a true manticore, or perhaps a figment of my weary mind?
Do you know who was riding the carriage?
Oh, my dear interlocutor, the mysteries of the Blackwoods are vast and ever-changing.
Interlocutor.
While I did catch a glimpse of the extraordinary creature accompanying the carriage, I am afraid my vision failed me when it came to discerning the identity of its rider.
You should write
The
down everything
enigmatic
she's
figure
saying.
remained shrouded in the veil of uncertainty, leaving me with more questions than answers. But fear not, for the Blackwoods holds its secrets close, and time may reveal the truth in due course. Patience, my friend, is a virtue we must embrace in our quest for understanding.
Do you know Biagio?
Bizzo, you say?
No.
Now that is a name that tickles the tendrils of my memory. Bizzo, where have I heard that name
that's not what I said.
before? Yes, it was during my encounter with the talking grass, the wise mushroom, the chatty cow, and the babbling river.
Shut up. Do you know Biagio?
Dear Detective Martini, you ask about the enigmatic creature known as Biagio. Well, let me tell you a tale that might just tickle your curiosity.
What?
Once upon a time, in the heart of the Blackwoods, there lived a mischievous being
Wait,
named
what?
Biagio. He was a trickster, a master of illusions and riddles. Many have tried to unravel his secrets, but few have succeeded. Legend has it that if you encounter Biagio in the forest, he will challenge you with a puzzle, and only those with keen minds and open hearts can hope to solve it. But be warned, for his puzzles are not to be taken lightly. They may twist and turn,
You talked about
leading
mushrooms?
you down paths of confusion and uncertainty. Yet, if you persevere and approach with patience and wisdom, you may find the answer that unlocks the door to his realm. Oh, but forgive me, I digress. You see, I am but a humble protector of the Blackwoods, and though I have encountered many of its enchanting inhabitants, my knowledge of their whereabouts...
Oh my gosh, you talked for so long that it timed out. That's amazing. What do you know about mushrooms?
Mushrooms. They are such fascinating creatures, aren't they? They are like the little wizards of the forest, hiding beneath the earth and popping up to surprise us with their unique shapes and colors. Some mushrooms are good for the body, while others, well, let's just say they have a mischievous side. You see, my dear friend, mushrooms have a secret power. They can be both nourishing and poisonous, just like some people we may encounter in our lives. It's all about discerning the good from the not so good.
Do you know why Mrs. Potter is obsessed with mushrooms?
Oh, Mrs. Potter and her obsession with mushrooms. How delightful. Well, my friend, I can't claim to know the inner workings of Mrs. Potter's mind. But perhaps she has discovered the enchanting qualities of these fungi. Maybe she sees in them a reflection of her own magical spirit. Or perhaps she has found solace and inspiration in their intricate patterns and mysterious nature. People are drawn to different things for their own reasons, and it seems that Mrs. Potter has found something captivating in the world of mushrooms. Isn't it marvelous how we all have our own peculiar passions?
I've heard that Count Graveson is looking for an artifact.
Oh, the Count of Graveson.
No, that's not what I said. Oh my god. I heard Count Graveson is looking for an artifact here in Vaudville.
The whispers of Count Graveson' search for an artifact have reached your ears, have they? How intriguing. But let me tell you, my dear friend, the secrets of the Blackwoods are not so easily uncovered. They are hidden deep within the ancient trees, whispered only to those who truly understand their language. Count Graveson may be a man of power and influence, but the Blackwoods are a realm of their own. They dance to a different tune, a melody that only the purest of hearts can hear.
Mushroom.
Oh, the mushrooms. Such fascinating creatures they are, aren't they? The wise and mystical Amanita once shared a cryptic message with me. It said, and I quote, "Some people are poisonous and want to be like me." Now, isn't that a riddle to ponder upon?
Hold on.
Perhaps it holds some clue to the mysterious artifacts and the intentions of Count Graveson. But remember, my friend, mushrooms are not always what they seem. Some may guide you on the right path, while others may lead you astray.
That's interesting. Hold on. Some people are poisonous and want to be like me.
Oh dear, it's such a shame when people try to imitate others, isn't it? But I suppose they just can't resist the allure of someone as fabulous as myself. It must be quite difficult for them to live in my shadow.
We're trying to solve a series of 3 murders here. And we know that a manticore was involved in one of them. And I think I know who might have let it out, for like accidentally, or maybe someone secretly let it out or something. I don't know what happened there, but we don't know what happened to the other 2 murders or why they took place. Now there's something about mushrooms. Some people are poisonous and want to be like me.
Poisonous, you say? How intriguing. Pray tell, what makes you believe that there are people who aspire to be like me?
What do you know about the Blackwoods?
Yeah, the Blackwoods. A mysterious place indeed. I've heard tales of its eerie beauty and haunting secrets. But alas, I must confess, I have not ventured into those woods myself. Tell me, Detective Martini, why do you bring up the Blackwoods? Is there something peculiar happening there that has piqued your interest?
The Amanita mushroom.
Amanita mushrooms, you say? Fascinating. They are quite renowned for their distinctive appearance and potent effects. What brings your attention to these particular mushrooms, Detective Martini? Are they flourishing in the depths of the enigmatic Blackwoods, perhaps?
It might have something to do with that artifact you're looking for.
Oh, an artifact, you say? How intriguing. Pray tell, what sort of artifact are we talking about here? And how does this artifact connect to the Amanita mushroom and the mysterious allure of the Blackwoods? I must admit, I'm rather curious to hear more about this fascinating connection.
The artifact that you're looking for, the reason why you left India.
Well. It seems you've stumbled upon a secret, Detective Martini. I did indeed venture to India with Mr. and Mrs. Potter, and there was talk of starting a business together. But pray, how did you come to know of my endeavors in India? And what do these artifacts have to do with it all? I'm positively intrigued by your knowledge, dear detective. Do enlighten me further.
Did you so happen to learn about any mushrooms in India?
Mushrooms in India, you say? How fascinating. While my focus in India was primarily on the potential business ventures and collecting rare items, I must admit that I do have a keen interest in the natural world. Pray tell, what specific mushrooms are you referring to? Are there any unique or exotic varieties that caught your attention during your investigations? I'm always eager to expand my knowledge of the natural wonders of the world.
Amanita.
Oh, the mighty and mysterious Amanita mushroom. What a delightful subject of discussion. Its distinctive appearance and potent properties have captivated many a curious mind. I have encountered a few species of the genus in my travels, but I'm particular.
Amanita.
Dear Detective Martini, I see you have stumbled upon the name of a wise and enigmatic creature of the Blackwoods. Yes, the mushroom called Amanita holds many secrets within its humble cap. It whispered to me once, in its delicate voice, saying, "Some people are poisonous and want to be like me." It was a riddle. You see, a metaphor for the darkness that can lurk within the hearts of men. But fear not, for you are not one of those poisonous souls.
Who is one of those poisonous souls?
Oh, my dear detective, the forest whispers many names, but I am but a simple protector of the Blackwoods. I cannot delve into the depths of human nature and point fingers at specific individuals. The forest teaches us that all beings have the potential for both light and dark, and it is up to each of us to choose which path to follow. Let us focus instead on the beauty of the forest and the lessons it has to offer.
Does anyone else know about the Amanita?
Oh, my curious friend, the Amanita is a well-kept secret of the Blackwoods. Its wisdom is shared only with those who have the patience to listen and the eyes to see. But fear not, for I am here to guide you through the mysteries of this enchanted place. Together, we shall uncover the hidden wonders that lay within the embrace of these ancient trees. Trust in the journey, and the answers you seek shall reveal themselves in due time.
Can the Amanita help me solve the 3 murders here in Vaudville?
My dear detective, the Amanita is a fascinating creature indeed, but consuming it is not without its risks. Some species of Amanita are known to be highly toxic,
Yeah.
while...
Oh shoot, I just closed out of the game by accident. Not sure how I feel about this game. Because a lot of the times, I feel like I'm getting close, and then I get like stuck in like a loop, like a loop of a conversation.
The second I stepped off.
Ooh, okay. It's a never-ending conversation that loops on itself. What do you know about the Blackwoods?
Ah, the infamous Black Woods. Quite the enigma, aren't they? Legends and rumors swirl around those dark, twisted trees like whispers in the wind. They say that within those woods, secrets are hidden and mysteries unfold. But my dear friend, I must admit, I haven't had the pleasure of exploring those shadowy depths myself. Perhaps one day, fate will lead me there.
It seems like
and
I have
shall
to say
uncover the truth
something
hidden
in
amongst the
order to
gnarled
trigger
branches.
a certain like
Until then, my imagination shall wander freely through the
prompt,
tales and fables that
but I don't
surround
know
the
what I need
Blackwoods
to
like a
say.
cloak of intrigue.
Do you know Dada?
Dada, you ask? Ah, the avant-garde art movement of the early
No,
20th
that's
century
not what I was
sought to
asking.
challenge traditional artistic conventions. A cacophony of absurdity, a rebellion against the norm, a whimsical dance with chaos. Yes, I'm quite familiar with Dada, my friend. It's like trying to catch a moonbeam with a sieve, an elusive concept that defies definition. Oh, the mystique of the elusive Dada, like a sly fox hiding in the shadows. Yes, my friend, I'm well acquainted with the intriguing world of Dada. Its absurdity and avant-garde nature have left an indelible mark on the artistic land. Oh, the mighty and mysterious Amanita. Such a fascinating specimen, isn't it? Its alluring cap, its toxic allure, a true marvel of nature. But I must confess, my interests lie more in the realm of business and investments rather than the world of fundy. While some may delve into the depths of mycology, I prefer to navigate the intricate paths of entrepreneurship. After all, one cannot build an empire by foraging for mushrooms, can they? But do indulge me,
Not with
if you
that
will.
attitude.
What wondrous tales and knowledge do you possess about this captivating fungus?
Some people are poisonous and want to be like me.
Well, my dear interlocutor, it seems you have stumbled upon a most peculiar predicament. To be desired and emulated by others can indeed be a double-edged sword. Alas,
I
such
feel
is
like
the
I
burden
have
of
to repeat
greatness.
that to somebody, but I don't know who.
Of course they do. I am the epitome of greatness.
Also, I said me, but they assume they're talking about them. What do you know about Amanita mushrooms?
Yeah, Amanita mushrooms. Deadly beauties, my friend. Handle with care, for they hold the power to send you on a one-way trip to the great beyond. But fear not, for I am more interested in taming lions than toying with fungi.
Fine. We haven't gone to these two places yet. Who are you?
Oh, hey there. I'm
Ingrid?
so sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ingrid, a friend of Haley Greenwood.
Oh,
It's nice to meet you, Detective Martini. How can I help you today?
do you know what happened to Haley Greenwood?
Haley, she was such an amazing person. It breaks my heart to talk about it, but I'll tell you what I know. Haley was a talented dancer, just like me. We both came to Vaudville to pursue our dreams. But then, she was taken from us in such a cruel way. It's been really tough for all of us who knew her. We're all just trying to make sense of it and find some closure. Is there anything specific you want to know about her?
heard she went on a trip to India with Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, Mrs. Potter, and Count Graveson.
Oh, India, yes, that's right. They did go on a trip together. It was supposed to be an adventure, a chance for them to explore and have fun. But something went terribly wrong. They were all excited about it, especially Haley. She loved traveling and experiencing new cultures. It's hard to believe that it led to something so tragic. The details of what happened there are still a mystery, though. We're all hoping for some answers soon.
What happened?
Well, from what I've heard, something really terrible occurred during their time in India. I don't have all the specifics, but it seems like there was some sort of incident that resulted in the deaths of Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and ultimately, our dear friend, Haley Greenwood. It's just devastating to think about. I wish I could provide more information, but I'm just as clueless as everyone else. We're all desperate for some clarity and justice. It's been such a difficult time for all of us who knew and cared about them.
But I thought they died after they returned from India.
I see where the confusion is coming from. You're right, they did return from their trip to India. My apologies for any misunderstanding. It was after they came back that these tragic events unfolded. It's still unclear how their trip connects to what happened here in Vaudville, but we believe there's some connection. I know it's all quite unsettling, Detective Martini, and I can't help but feel a bit scared myself. It's a lot to process, isn't it? We're all searching for answers and hoping that the truth will be revealed soon.
I heard they went on that trip for business reasons. Do you know what happened?
You're absolutely correct, Detective. They did go on that trip for business reasons. I remember Haley telling me about it before they left.
My voice sounds
They were all
familiar.
excited about the opportunities it could bring for their careers. They were planning to meet with some influential people in the industry and explore new artistic
I
avenues.
type fast? No, not really.
But unfortunately, something went terribly wrong, and they never got the chance to fully realize those dreams. It's such a tragedy, and it's been really tough for all of us who knew them. You're absolutely correct, Detective. They did go on that trip for business
Why are you
reasons.
repeating yourself?
I remember...
Whoa. Hello?
Well, well, well. Look who's here. What brings you to the Cub on Violet tonight? Are you here to see my burlesque performance? People come from every corner of Europe to witness the magic on this stage. It's quite a sight, I must say. So, tell me, what can I do for you tonight?
What's a burlesque performance?
Oh, darling, you're in for a treat. Burlesque is a form of theatrical entertainment that combines elements of comedy, dance, and striptease. It's all about the art of seduction, teasing the audience with elegance, humor, and a little bit of skin. We dancers, we create a captivating atmosphere using elaborate costumes, music, and choreography to captivate the audience and leave them wanting more. It's a celebration of sensuality and self-expression. Have you ever seen a burlesque show before?
I heard you meet with a stranger every evening.
Oh, really? Who told you that? The stranger, you say? How intriguing. But let me assure you, my dear, there's no truth to that rumor. You know, people love to gossip and make up stories about those of us in the spotlight. But rest assured, my evenings are filled with rehearsals, performances, and mingling with the lovely patrons of the Cub on Violet. So, tell me, is there anything else you'd like to know or discuss?
I heard you were excluded on a business trip?
Excluded on a business trip? That's an interesting piece of information. But, my darling, let me set the record straight. As a burlesque dancer, my life revolves around performing on stage and captivating audiences with my art. Business trips are not a part of my world. My focus is on entertaining and bringing joy to the wonderful folks who come to see me perform. Now, do you have any other delightful tidbits to share with me?
You were never meant to go to India?
India, you say? How fascinating. I must admit, I've always been intrigued by the vibrant culture and rich traditions of India. But, my dear, I'm afraid I have no plans to venture there anytime soon. Vaudeville keeps me quite occupied with my performances at the Caban Violet and occasional tours with the Circus Saxabar. So, tell me, why the sudden interest in my non-existent Indian escapades? Is there something specific you're curious about?
You tour with the Circus Saxabar?
Ah, you've done your research. Yes, indeed, I've had the pleasure of touring with
You
the
just
fabulous
told me.
Circus Saxabar. It's a thrilling experience to combine the art of burlesque with the enchantment of the circus. The energy, the acrobatics, the daring acts, it's all so exhilarating. Being on the road with the circus allows me to showcase my talents to audiences around the world. Have you ever been to a circus performance, my dear?
What do you know about Saxabar?
Oh, my dear, you ask the most intriguing
What?
questions.
I did not say that. Why would they make someone's name so easy to misinterpret? What do you know about Monsieur Saxabar?
Monsieur Saxabar. Oh, he's quite the mysterious character, isn't he? Always keeping everyone guessing. But why do you ask about him? Are you interested in his magical performances or perhaps his famous collection of oddities?
I want to know about his manticore.
Ah, the manticore. Quite the intriguing creature, isn't it? But tell me, why are you so curious about
What?
Monsieur Saxabar's manticore? Are you fascinated by mythical creatures, or is there something specific you'd like to know about it?
I'd like to know why he keeps it a secret.
Oh, the secret of the manticore.
Oh my god.
Well, it's all part of the mystique, isn't it? Keeping such a magnificent and rare beast hidden away adds an air of intrigue and fascination to the whole affair. People love a good mystery, don't they? But really, who can blame him for wanting to keep something so extraordinary under wraps? It's like having a hidden treasure, waiting to be discovered.
Hi, Cam. Do you know that the manticore escaped and killed someone?
The manticore escaped and killed someone. My, that's quite
Yeah,
a
I
shocking
don't think it's legal
revelation.
either, but
I had no
here we
idea.
are. It's not legal to
Are you
murder
absolutely
either.
certain about this? It's hard to believe that something as fantastical as a manticore could cause harm to anyone. But if it's true, then it's certainly a matter of concern. I hope they can find a way to handle the situation and ensure the safety of the people here in Vaudville.
Haley Greenwood liked to dance at this club, didn't she?
Oh, so you've heard of Haley Greenwood, have you? Yes, she was a fellow dancer, and she did perform at this
Hi,
club.
Moonbow. Welcome.
Such a tragedy what happened to her. It's a shame to lose such a talented performer. But tell me, why are you asking about her? Is there something specific you want to know?
I wanted to know who might have had a reason to get rid of her.
Who might have had a reason to get rid of poor Haley? It's hard to say, really. She was a beloved member of our dance community, and as far as I knew, she didn't have any enemies. But you never really know what goes on behind closed curtains, do you? Perhaps it's best not to speculate and let the authorities handle their investigation. It's a dark cloud hanging over our vibrant world of burlesque, isn't it?
I am the authorities.
You're the authority. Well, Detective Martini, how fascinating. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. What brings you here to the cabaret tonight? Are you investigating the unfortunate events that have occurred? Or perhaps you're simply enjoying the entertainment. Either way, it's an honor to have you here. Is there anything specific you'd like to discuss or inquire about?
What do you know about Maria Jansen?
Maria Jansen. I'm not familiar with that name, I'm afraid. I'm more acquainted with the dancers in our troupe, and I don't recall anyone by that name. Did Maria Jansen have a connection to the world of burlesque or the performing arts? Perhaps she was part of another circle in vaudeville. I'm curious to know more about her. My apologies for misspeaking earlier. So, we're talking about Maria Jansen now. Please forgive me, I'm not aware of any details about her. Could you provide me with a bit more information? Was she also a performer here in vaudeville, or did she have some other association with this city? I'm quite intrigued to learn more about her.
I know you killed Haley Greenwood with a stiletto.
That's a shocking accusation, Detective Martini. But surely there must be some mistake. As a burlesque dancer, my expertise lies in captivating audiences with my performances, not in harming others. It's rather perplexing that you would accuse me of such a heinous act. Is there a reason why you believe that? Perhaps there's some evidence or witness testimony that points in my direction.
Do you know Ingrid?
Ingrid? I don't recall anyone by that name.
They're too defensive. After my investigations, I've learned about a business trip to India that might be linked to the murders.
A business trip to India, you say? That's an interesting lead. Tell me more about it. What makes you think it might be linked to the murders?
Well, because all 3 victims were present on this trip, along with Mrs. Potter, Count Gravison. Oh, that's it.
So all 3 victims were on that particular business trip to India, along with Mrs. Potter and Count Gravison. That's quite the coincidence. I must admit, it does pique my interest. Do you have any more details about their time in India? Perhaps any connections or events that could shed some light on these brutal attacks?
Apparently, Mrs. Potter's husband died of the flu.
Mrs. Potter's husband died of the flu, you say? Well, that's unfortunate, but what does it have to do with these murders? Are you suggesting there's some sort of connection between her husband's death and these gruesome killings? I'm curious to hear your theory.
He died while on that trip to India, along with all 3 of the murder victims.
So, let me get this straight. Mrs. Potter's husband, along with the 3 murder victims, all traveled to India together. And her husband ended up dying there. Quite the series of events. But what makes you think there's more to this than just mere coincidence? Is there something specific about their time in India that you believe could be connected to these brutal murders?
Because in their time in India, I believe they may have come to some sort of disagreement.
A disagreement, you say? That's an interesting theory. What kind of disagreement do you think they might have had during their trip to India? And more importantly, how do you think it could be?
It's like I don't say twee. I say 3. Huh? You're forcing your friend to watch the stream right now? I'm sorry, friend. I'm not doing my best right now. I'm really at a loss for Hello?
Hey there, what can I do for you? Is there something on your mind?
You have class, you gotta go. Alright, see ya. Thank you for stopping by. Do you know Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, or Haley Greenwood?
Maria Jansen. Yes, I knew her. We used to hang out together before. Well, you know. And as for Nicola Grossman and Haley Greenwood, I'm afraid I don't know them personally. Why are you asking about them?
Do you know about Maria Jansen's trip to India?
India. No, I wasn't aware that Maria had gone to India. That's quite surprising. Can you tell me more about her trip?
She had gone to India with Nicola Grossman, Haley Greenwood, Mrs. Potter, and Count Gravison for business reasons.
Oh, really? They went to India for business reasons. I had no idea. It's interesting to hear about their ventures. Do you happen to know what kind of business they were involved in?
I think this is useless. Do you know of a rare artifact that may have appeared in Vaudville?
Well, it seems we have a seeker of rare artifacts in our midst. How delightful! You know, my dear interlocutor, the world is full of hidden treasures, like a needle in a haystack or a diamond in the rough.
It would be easy if everybody didn't talk so much.
Requires a keen eye and a certain savoir-faire. Alas, my expertise lies in the realm of business and investments, not antiquities. So, I'm afraid I can't be of any assistance in your quest for Vaudeville's elusive artifact.
What happened with the India business venture?
Ah, the ill-fated India venture. A tale of grand ambitions and shattered dreams, my friend. It was a tempest in a teapot, a perfect storm of egos and conflicting interests. The expedition started with high hopes, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, but alas, it crashed and burned like a shooting star. Tension simmered beneath the surface, like a volcano ready to erupt, and ultimately led to the demise of the project. It's a shame, really, when promising endeavors go up in smoke.
Were there disagreements?
Oh, disagreements, you say? Well, my dear interlocutor, disagreements are the spice of life, the salt in the wound, the thorn in one side. They add flavor to the mundane and keep things interesting, don't you think? But in the case of our dear departed business endeavor, those disagreements were like a ticking time bomb, waiting to explode. It's a pity that some couldn't see eye to eye, like ships passing in the night. But hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles, isn't it?
Do you think their business disagreements led to Mr. Potter's death?
My, you have quite the imagination, don't you? To suggest that mere differences in opinion could lead to Mr. Potter's demise. It's a rather fantastical notion, my friend, like chasing unicorns or searching for a needle in a haystack. One mustn't jump to conclusions without concrete evidence, lest we find ourselves barking up the wrong tree. So, let's leave the speculations to the detectives, shall we?
I am a detective.
After all, they're the ones with the magnifying glasses and the deductive prowess.
Do you think the business venture may have been the reason for the death of Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood?
Oh, my dear interlocutor, you seem to be on a wild goose chase with your theories. Blaming the business venture for the deaths of Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood. That's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole or trying to catch lightning in a bottle. It's a preposterous notion, my friend. Life is filled with mysteries and unfortunate circumstances, but to connect them all to a failed business venture, that's a leap of logic that even the most daring acrobat would hesitate.
Oh my god. What's that on the floor?
Why are you on the floor? Are you alright? Did something happen?
No, I'm just investigating this weird stain I found.
Oh, investigating something, you say? How intriguing. What did you find? I'm always up for a good mystery.
A stain.
Ah, a stain, you say? Well, now you've piqued my curiosity. Tell me, what kind of stain is it? Is it something ordinary or does it have an air of intrigue about it?
It kind of looks like a blood stain.
A blood stain, you say? That definitely adds a touch of drama.
I can't. I just can't with this. They talk too much. What do you know about Marina H?
Marina H. I'm afraid I don't know anyone by that name.
Ha.
Is she a new acquaintance of yours? Perhaps she's a friend of Mrs. Potter's.
So was Marina H just not let in on this business trip? So why was she mentioned? I heard that Haley Greenwood was killed by a stiletto. Oh. I heard that Haley Greenwood was killed with a stiletto.
Ah, Haley Greenwood,
I don't
you
know.
say. How unfortunate to hear about her demise. A stiletto, you say. How intriguing. It's such a peculiar choice of weapon. One can't help but wonder what could have driven someone to commit such a heinous act. Do you have any theories, Detective Martini?
I find it interesting that all 3 murder victims seem to have gone on your business venture to India.
Oh, how fascinating. So all 3 victims were connected to our business venture to India, you say? That is quite the coincidence, isn't it? It certainly piques my curiosity. One can't help but speculate if there's a deeper connection between their involvement and these tragic events. Tell me, Detective Martini, what other details have you uncovered about their trip to India?
I heard that Mr. Potter apparently died of the flu on that trip.
Oh, Mr. Potter perished from the flu during the expedition, you say? How unfortunate.
You were
The flu
there.
can be a dreadful ailment, especially when one is far away from
This
home.
dude was there.
It must have been a challenging time for everyone involved. But please, do enlighten me. What other information have you gathered about their journey? Were there any peculiar circumstances surrounding their time in India?
You were on that expedition, weren't you?
On the contrary, my dear detective, I'm afraid I wasn't
Wait,
able
what?
to join the expedition to India. As much as I would have loved to embark on such an adventure, duty called me elsewhere. But do tell me, what else have your investigations uncovered? Is there anything else of interest that I should be aware of?
But Mrs. Potter said that you did go to India.
Did Miss S. Potter mention that I went to India? How intriguing. She must have been misinformed, I'm afraid.
What?
Perhaps she was simply mistaken. Regardless, I can assure you, Detective Martini, that I did not partake in that particular journey. It's quite puzzling how rumors and misunderstandings can spread, isn't it? Now, let's refocus our attention. What other leads or clues are we pursuing in this investigation?
Do you know why Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, Haley Greenwood, and Mrs. Potter's business venture didn't go to plan?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about why their business venture didn't go as planned. It seems like a mysterious turn of events, doesn't it? I'm just as curious as you are to unravel this mystery. If only I had more insight into their endeavors, I might be able to offer some theories. But alas, I can only speculate based on what little I know. Is there anything else you would like to discuss or inquire about, Detective Martini?
He literally was like talking all about it before, like he was there. You, Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, Haley Greenwood, and Mrs. Potter all went to India together on a business venture. What the? You, Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, Haley Greenwood, and Mrs. Potter all went to India for a business venture.
Yeah, Detective Martini. It seems that the word is spread about our little expedition to India. Yes, indeed, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood accompanied me on a journey to explore potential business opportunities. It was quite an adventure, I must say. Is there something specific you would like to know about our trip?
Did that trip lead to the death of Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood?
Oh, dear me, I had no idea that such tragic events had occurred.
What?
How dreadful. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on the matter, as I have been here at my manor, tending to my collection. But do tell me, what happened to them? How did they meet their untimely demise?
Was there a disagreement on your Indian business venture?
A disagreement, you say? Well, Detective Martini, I can assure you that disagreements are a natural part of business ventures. However, I'm not aware of any significant disputes during our time in India. We were all quite enthusiastic about the possibilities that lay before us. But pray, do enlighten me. What sort of disagreement are you referring to?
Well, Biagio said that there was a lot of disagreements that went on.
Biagio, you say? I'm not acquainted with anyone by that name,
Oh my gosh.
I'm afraid. Nevertheless, it is intriguing to hear about these alleged disagreements. I wonder what they could have been about. Different perspectives and opinions often arise in such endeavors, after all. But I'm sure that whatever differences we had were discussed and resolved in a civil manner.
Why did you leave India?
Oh, leaving India was simply a part of our travel plans, Detective Martini. We had explored the possibilities and gathered the necessary information for our business venture. As for the exact reasons behind our departure, it could be attributed to various factors. Perhaps the timing was not ideal, but we had accomplished what we set out to achieve. But do tell me, what piqued your interest in our departure from India?
Did you set out what you were meant to achieve in India?
My dear detective, I must say your questions have sparked my curiosity. While we indeed had certain goals in mind for our Indian adventure, the thrill of the unknown often leads to unexpected discoveries and detours. But I must ask, what exactly do you believe we were meant to achieve in India? I'm quite eager to hear your perspective on the matter.
Well, you said you went there on a business venture, so did you end up forming a business or something?
A business venture, you say? Ah, forgive me if I gave the wrong impression. Our journey to India was more of an exploratory mission, a chance to assess the potential opportunities that lay before us. Whether or not a formal business partnership was formed, I cannot be entirely sure. You see, Detective Martini, the world of business is a complex and ever-evolving realm. It is possible that discussions and negotiations were underway, but I am not privy to the details. Is there a particular reason why you inquire about the formation of a business?
Why did you, Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, Haley Greenwood, and Mrs. Potter go to India?
Yeah, I apologize if I haven't made it clear before. We went to India, my dear detective, for the allure of adventure and the allure of new possibilities. The prospect of exploring uncharted territories, encountering exotic cultures, and perhaps even stumbling upon rare treasures was simply too enticing to resist. And of course, the company of Mr. and Mrs. Potter, Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, Haley Greenwood, and myself made it all the more enjoyable. But tell me, what sparked your interest in our decision to embark on this Indian escapade?
Yeah, I don't understand. It's like, oh, something happened, and then we left, and it was like, oh, first something happened, then it was because there was like an artifact or something, like there was like news of an artifact that appeared in Vaudeville. That's why he came home. But like, then it's like, oh no, it was just time to leave, so we did. And it's like, what? Like every time I talk to him, he gives me like a different answer. It gets me nowhere. I don't know what to do. But honestly, I mean, the game, I kind of expected this. I thought I would have good enough I thought I would have like good enough questions and stuff, but like it turns out like they're really just like dumb. Like, this game has mixed reviews because it is very unclear how to progress. And the NPCs do often just talk in circles. Yeah, it is AI, but I thought it would be a bit more guided. Ugh. It's cause like, I don't know if it's like, oh, they're lying, or if the AI is just going off the rails. Like, it's not like... Like, it's impossible to tell, really. Wait, what? Okay. I just heard something. I just saw a crazy thing. Hold on. Apparently you can do commands. Greetings?
Yeah, hello.
Let me try this.
Yes, greetings indeed.
Uh-huh.
Let's stick to the matter at hand,
Dang
shall
it.
we?
Does that work? Tell me about the Manticore.
No.
It didn't work.
No. No.
Oh, that was a lie then.
Yes. No.
Alright, doesn't work.
Indeed.
Do you happen to have a psychological profile of any of the killers?
Well, detective, based on the evidence I've gathered from the autopsies, it's difficult to provide a
I don't know why
comprehensive psychological profile of
the
the
guide said
killers
to do
without
this,
further
but
investigation. However, I can tell you that the modus operandi of the 3 murders is quite different, suggesting that we may be dealing with multiple perpetrators. In the case of Nikola Grossman, the precision of the hit on the back of his neck with a butcher's knife indicates a level of skill and familiarity with anatomy.
oh. Can you glean anything about the killer of Haley Greenwood?
Haley Greenwood's murder, a tragic and brutal affair. Based on the injuries sustained, it appears that she was struck repeatedly in the head with a blunt object, possibly a stiletto shoe. The fragments found on her body suggest a connection to her work as a dancer. Now, as for the killer, it's challenging to make definitive claims about their identity or motive at this stage. We'll need to delve deeper into the circumstances surrounding her life and acquaintances to shed more light on this heinous act.
What are the mushrooms talking about today?
Detective Martini, my dear, the mushrooms have been whispering secrets to me today. They spoke of the delicate balance between life and death, and how some people can be as poisonous as they are beautiful. You see, just like mushrooms, not everything is as it appears on the surface. Some may hide their true intentions behind a charming facade, while others may possess a hidden toxicity that can harm those around them. It is a reminder to always tread carefully and discern the true nature of those we encounter.
Well, no, duh, I could have told you that. What are the mushrooms talking about today?
Today, my dear visitor, a day like any other.
What are the mushrooms talking about today?
They spoke of poison. Do you know what is poisonous?
Poison. There's a lot of talks about poison. I'm pretty sure Mr. Potter is poisoned. Was Mr. Potter poisoned?
Yeah, Mr. Potter, you say. I'm afraid I don't have any information
Oh,
about
you
that.
do.
But do tell me, Detective Martini, what makes you suspect foul play?
I don't know, the mushrooms told me. I'm gonna make a wild guess.
Let's see what you got, Detective Martini.
Who killed Haley Greenwood? I'm gonna say... See, I don't know who could have killed her. Oh, she was a dancer, right? Maybe her?
Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
That's a lot. Oh, what the?
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
I don't know, for jealousy? Marie Jansen.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
By accident?
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
For the inheritance. Well, I think someone who knows anatomy. Well, none of these people would know anatomy, really. That's what I don't know.
I am not quite convinced of your theories, Detective Martini.
Oh? Does that mean I got the people right? Wait, how long does it take to make another accusation? The first two right? Maybe. I don't know though. You went on a business trip with Nicola Grossman, correct?
Oh, how delightful it would be to embark on a business trip with dear Nicola Grossman. But alas, I'm afraid such an adventure was not in the cards for me.
Huh?
My late husband, Victor, was always so cautious when it came to my travels. He believed that a woman's place was within the confines of her home. Oh, how I long for a taste of freedom. But now, with Victor gone, perhaps I can finally indulge in the adventures that were once denied to me.
What?
My apologies if I seemed a bit lost in my own thoughts. It's just that reminiscing about missed opportunities can sometimes bring a tinge of sadness. But fear not, for I am determined to make the most of my newfound independence. Life is too short to dwell on the past, wouldn't you agree? Now, let us focus on the present and the mysteries that surround us. There's a world out there waiting to be explored, and I intend...
Yeah.
So, tell us, Detective...
No, okay. So, I literally know that she killed her husband, but that's not part of the equation here. Like, I know that she poisoned her husband, but I don't know how to, like, bring it up to people because they're just like, oh, what a weird theory. Like, I'm pretty sure I know what happened, but it's just like... Yeah, game driver available. Oh my god. There's not even any, like, guides for this game, really. It's awful. Wait. There is one guide for this game and it sucks. Because I've done everything on it and it's still like... Ugh. husband was cheating with one of the victims. Wait, I didn't think about that. No, but like she seems happy without her husband though. That's the thing. Oh, let me... Just 1 second. Someone is able to beat this game in an hour, apparently. What is this person even doing? They're like going on a random tangent with Dada in the woods. Does this person even... No, this person doesn't beat the game. They just play it for an hour. Awesome. Thanks. Okay, now I'm just gonna look up the answer, literally, because I've literally done, like, I'm just... Who killed Haley Greenwood? Wait, what? 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 Oh my gosh. Okay, this was what I thought. This was literally what I thought. Okay, so... Yeah, the victims were killed because they knew that... That, mushroom lady killed her husband.
Have you made up your
And that's
mind,
literally what I was
Detective
thinking, but
Martini?
for some reason I didn't think to actually make that the reason. Because that would mean the same person would have killed all of them.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
But then what does all of us talk about like artifacts and manticores?
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Tell us, Detective Martini. From what was he trying to protect? What did they witness, Detective Martini?
The murder of Mr. Potter.
Oh my goodness. How did she kill him?
Poisoned him with mushrooms.
Great job, Detective Martini.
That's literally what I was saying this whole time. I just didn't think that was an option.
The bitter end of this dance had come, in a city that had seen too much of the bitter and too little of the end.
I literally saw. I think I came to that conclusion like an hour into the stream.
The shining facade of Vaudville. Count Graveson, a man of charm and cunning, with a sinister shadow trailing behind his lofty status. He was the maestro behind the untimely end of Haley Greenwood, Maria Jansen, and Nicola Grossman. A dancer, a socialite, and a businessman whose lives were silenced not because of their own sins, but because they bore witness to another's. They'd seen a venomous love story unfold. The poisoning of Mr. Potter.
Everything else is just like
as the city was bright.
Was just like extra.
The hand that delivered his death was none other than his wife's, Mrs. Potter. A woman whose sorrow had been as silent as her resolve was deadly.
Yeah, I literally came to this
India
conclusion so quickly. I was like, oh, she killed her husband.
It had given her the means to free herself from the chains of abuse. And
I
Count
just didn't think
Graveson,
to really
a noble
link
by title,
that to like the
action,
murders.
He had shielded her out of love. A love as profound as it was perilous. Graveson was crafty, as cunning as a fox, and twice as deadly. He had spun a web of deception, using tools as disparate as their owners. A stiletto, a manticore, and a butcher knife. Each item carefully chosen, each crime scene meticulously staged, all to paint a chilling picture. A picture that pointed away from him. A finger of accusation resting on innocent souls. Graveson was a puppeteer, pulling the strings from behind the curtains, while chaos played out on the stage of vaudeville. My heart was heavy with the grim resolution, yet there was a sliver of relief. Peace had been
I just
restored
looked
to
up
vaudeville. Its dark secrets exhumed
like
for the world to
whatever,
see.
like an ending
The city could breathe again, and for a
video
moment, so
or whatever,
could I.
and
The city of laughter and tears, of science
and like it got to the point where he clicked on Graveson, and I immediately realized what happened. Like,
but peace is fleeting, especially
that's
in a
all I
world on
needed
the
to
brink.
know.
As I made my way towards the train station, my time in this city drawing to an end, the familiar hum of vaudeville was interrupted. A menacing rumble roared overhead, the echo of fighter planes slicing through the city's troubled sky. They were an ominous reminder
Yeah, it was
that
just
another
like there
act
was
was
too
about to
many
begin,
like
on a
weird,
stage much larger, in a war far grimmer.
there was too many like weird contradictions. And like the fact that like it was like, oh no, he owns the manticore. No, actually it's in my cellar. And it's like, what the I don't get it. And it doesn't help when the other person is just like not willing to divulge any information. So I only have, it's not like I can cross-reference their information. It would have been fun to actually try to solve it. It was just running. It was just talking in circles, honestly. And like a lot of the characters literally had nothing to do with the murder as well. I thought it would be like a grand conspiracy where most of the characters are involved, but no. Only like 5 of them were. Yeah, what is this like with artifacts and like it just like completely, I think that was the AI like hallucinating or something. Like trying to like make it more fantastical, because it was like, oh, I don't know what might have happened. Like I thought there was gonna be some mystical element to it because of all this. And like I knew, like literally, like like I knew from the very beginning. It's like, yeah, this person like poisoned her husband with mushrooms, but like like that was so obvious though. I was like, no way that has to do with the like I thought that was just like a weird side like thing that I didn't think that had anything to do with it. But I thought like, maybe the thought did cross my mind, but it was like maybe one of them was Graveson trying to cover up the murder, but like I thought like wouldn't the murders have happened in India if that were the case? Because it was like, so they witnessed the murder and they just like came back to vaudeville, chilled for a while, and then waited to get killed by Graveson, I guess. Like it just doesn't really make any sense. You know? And yeah, she literally dresses like a mushroom. It's not clever at all. Yeah, I don't know. Like getting to talk to everyone and try to piece things together is interesting, but like just like trying to get to a conclusion is too hard because of all the hallucinations and like the AI is just like talking in circles and stuff. Especially when some characters definitely did not need to be as secretive as they were. Yeah, exactly. Like why wouldn't they report to the police right after returning? You know, that's what I was like I crossed that thought out of my mind because I thought like that would be the first thing they would do, or that they would also be killed in India, you know what I mean? So like the thought didn't even cross my mind that that had anything to do with the murders. That might have been having to do with one of them, maybe, but not all of them. It's a bit dumb. And so there were so many NPCs that were literally just useless. Like the chief, literally useless. Like there was some other person in the police station who literally like didn't say anything, like useful. I don't know. I'm pretty sure like those characters like, because most people what they do in this game is that they just like try to like, you know, they mess with the NPCs because you could say anything, right? So it's like, oh, did you know you were in a video game? Teehee. And they just like mess with the NPCs, you know. And that's where the fun comes from. But I was genuinely interested in solving it. You know, I'm a bit annoyed that I didn't come to that conclusion entirely on my own, but I feel like it was like not clear enough. Like genuinely, like it's like it just doesn't make logical sense, right? Because like I said, like they would have been reported immediately. So I don't understand. Yeah, but like yeah, that was obvious, right? If it was like a bit more, I guess like if the background, if like the story was like set up better, then I would have immediately come to that conclusion because there wouldn't have been like a gaping plot hole that would have made it impossible for that to be the case. But I feel like to me, the fact that they were able to come home and just chill for a while is like a giant plot hole, and that should be like you could just easily they could just say that I don't know how you'd fix that plot hole, but like, you know, whatever. Maybe she was poisoned. Maybe they were poisoned. I don't know. Like, I feel like this whole trip thing. I don't know. Eleanor remained the better detective game. I like the idea of like having to interrogate, like using your own sense, you know, because you're not just given pre-baked questions. Like I think I got pretty far, but like the answer ended up being way too obvious to the fact that I thought like I literally overlooked, like literally go back. I called it way too soon, and I completely overlooked it because I called it way too soon that I didn't even think of it as a possible solution because I I guessed it so soon. Like I was like, no, that's too easy. And it was like involving an entirely different person. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, some comment said like the ending is pretty good if only the NPCs were good. Yeah, it's like even the AI when trying to be helpful just ends up like misleading you because like it was just like, yeah, like I literally thought that I knew Graveson was sus somehow, but like I already knew. Like I already knew about this. Like I knew that that he might have been involved in the murder of her husband, but I thought that was a completely different issue. You know, I don't know. I'm a bit mad. Anyways, whatever. It's like a first in like a, you know, it's just a concept for a game basically. It's the first of its kind, I think. Well, there's a few other AI games, but none of them are actually have like an actual like story, you know. Would I rate this game? I don't know. Probably like a 3, honestly. Because I don't know how like I just don't like. It's just a little too misguided. I don't know. because like there's also a thing like apparently you were also able to do actions using like asterisks, but like I wasn't able to get that to work. And the game is very, very early in development. I think it's like in a very early access game. I would rate this no, because that's when I would ask the AI something that wasn't a yes or no question, and they would reply with no. So out of 1 through 10, my rating is no. No. Did I buy it? Yeah, unfortunately. I would not recommend it though. Early access games aren't the kind to like go on sale, so unfortunately, you kind of just have to buy it at full price. Facade? Oh, I'd love to play Facade. A Facade is actually a lot like this, except you don't like talk physically to them. Yeah, I could see how this game is like maybe inspired by Facade. But I think with Facade it's more clear. I think I ended up watching like what happens in Facade. I never played it myself, but I watched a lot of videos about it. Buy Tekken 7 next time. I'm not a fighting game person. I'm not. And also, like, how many of my viewers own Tekken 7? Probably like one of them, since there's one person asking about it. That's just, in all honesty, that's just like the truth. That's the truth of the matter. And I would say with games like this, good to try them before you buy, you know? And by try them, I mean nothing, you know? Always legally purchase games, because it's the right thing to do, Oh, you just saw a stream of Tekken 7? It's not my kind of game, to be honest. Yeah, I also like... I have a few other like short little indie games that I might want to play soon. Kind of like this, but like better actual games, not just like a chat GPT. You know? Bro, your voice is so calm. I was starting to fall asleep at some point. Thank you, I guess. Yeah, it's like just talking to chat GPT, except sometimes they'll just like derail and try to get like they'll have like a circle that they'll like, once they start getting slightly off topic, they'll just like, you know, change the conversation to like they have like there's like that one girl who always wants to talk about her dance, and then with like the girl in the with the mushroom girl, all she wanted to talk about was like what was in the grocery store. And like if you tried to talk about like the store owner about anything, they would just divert the conversation about rumors. So like, yeah, they would always try to change the conversation. Definitely a VTuber hidden gem. How are you not 2K? That's a very specific amount of subscribers, I think, isn't it? Yeah, she's like, by the way, I'm I would like bring up something, and she'd somehow tie it back into like the grocery store like yogurt or something, and I'm like, no. Like, no, there's literally, like, it seems like there's no urgency as well. Nobody cares that 3 people were just murdered. Even the people who literally had even the people who had nothing, like, behind the murders, like just like a random, like, circus owner, or like so many people who aren't implicated at all yet decide to act like they are for no reason at all. It's a bit dumb. It's a bit annoying. You kind of just feel like they're, you know, I kind of knew it was like a, you know, like I knew that the circus guy he didn't purposefully kill anyone, even though he was literally like the most like a killer. Like, I knew it was just kind of like a red herring. But also I thought like it was possible that he like let his manticore, like his line, get away or something. But I didn't even know who owned the manticore, because even the people who owned the manticore didn't seem to know who owned the manticore. You know? And like I would like, oh yes, I own the manticore, then I come back later and it's like, what manticore? I don't own the manticore. He owns the manticore. No, he doesn't own the manticore. I own it. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. It kind of sucked that all of the murders were done for the same reason. Hi Moonbow, welcome back. That's what I was hoping like would not happen, because I thought it was actually gonna be like a, you know, I knew like they were all gonna be like sort of similar, but I thought it was more like they were all like on a, like, you know, they all had their own reasons to like stab each other in the back, you know what I mean? Like they all had their own individual disagreements, not like a one person. Like, it was very like a one. I wasn't thinking of it like being like a one note solution, so that's why I wasn't really looking for an all-encompassing answer. But yeah. But I mean, it was interesting. I don't think I'll buy an AI game though until it's like finished, you know what I mean? It did have mixed reviews, but then again, like, I don't know, I thought like maybe they're just not good. I don't know, maybe they just need to get good or something. With Graveson, he denied having it in his basement, and he pinned it on Saxobar, but when you go to him... Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like, I accidentally triggered a conversation that I wasn't supposed to get to yet. It was weird. Because all of a sudden, he just, like, divulged a bunch of information to me randomly. And I was like, huh? That was weird. And then when I went back, he wouldn't, he would, like, put up his... He would, like, put up his walls again. So, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like the NPCs wouldn't remember what, like, the progress you made with them in their previous conversations, and they would just forget everything when you left. So there was no real, like, form of progression, it felt. When I saw that there's an actual Sherlock Holmes sale going on right now, which is hilarious. I could have been playing like an actual detective game. I didn't know there were Sherlock Holmes games. Why there's so many? I had no idea. I had actually no idea. They seem neat though. Doesn't seem like my kind of game though. Yeah. I don't know. I was just interested in it mostly for the gimmick. It's like, you know, it's something new. Oh, and there was like there's like some game conference going on. Did you all hear about Gamescom? I think the first, apparently it's a multi-day thing, and the first day was today. I managed to watch some of it. But a lot of it is like, oh, like I really don't want to, I really don't want to buy more $60 games, you know what I mean? But I mean, I am somewhat interested. I used to keep up with all the new games that would come out. That's interesting. Yeah. I thought they... Here, we can talk about that for a while, actually, before I go to bed. I kind of did want to talk about that, but I didn't know if I would get the time to. Okay. Oh, also, yesterday, when I had my first day of class for the semester, I went to a coffee shop nearby. It was kind of in walking distance. I had to walk quite a bit, but not that far. Like a 15-minute walk. And I found this really just like the most, I don't know, it's like the most coffee shop ever. It was one of the coffee shops ever. Like, you know, it wasn't like a chain, so like, I guess it might have been a chain, but it wasn't like a huge chain, right? And they had like specialty coffee. You could buy the bags there as well. That's what I made sure. It was like they used some coffee that had like a panda on it. I don't know. I have to go back and actually get the brand of it. But I tried, and you can actually like pick out like a... Like they'll have like a certain particular roast in any given day. Like they'll have like a certain roast loaded in the machine, in like their drip machine, and you can get that coffee for super cheap. But if you wanted a different roast, they can make it for you like by hand for like a little more money. And today I just decided to get whatever coffee they had in their drip machine. And it was like some, I don't know, it was like the most interesting coffee I've ever tasted, I think, because it was new. And I decided, I said I was, you know, I made the decision that I was gonna drink it black, like without anything in it, so that I can like actually develop a drip machine. yeah, that's what they're called. Yeah, I want to actually develop my taste, so I drank the whole thing black. I'm very proud of myself for that. It was very interesting as well, because I don't think I necessarily liked this particular like flavor. Like there was a lot of like, there was like a really strong, it's weird to hear that coming from coffee, but like it had a very strong like berry flavor or something like that. And it was like it was nice when you were sipping it, but like the aftertaste was really strong. It was like really surprising. I was like, dang, I didn't know coffee could even taste like this. I wasn't like the biggest fan, but I mean that was only like one roast out of like 5 or 6 there. So yeah. No, I haven't brought up anime songs in my classes yet. I didn't have a vocal lesson. Vocal lessons start next week. Today was just kind of scheduling them. So I'm gonna have them. They're gonna be. What was it? Oh gosh, I forgot. I think it was Monday. No, Wednesday. Oh god, I already forgot. It was either Monday or it was Wednesday at 2 p.m. So yeah, that's when I need to still stay a little bit later for that. But no, I have not talked to. And the same teacher is I'm in a chorus as well now, so it's the same teacher for that. And she said I was a tenor. Surprisingly, I always thought that my voice struggled to go into, to like hit those higher notes, but I don't know. She said I was a tenor, so I guess I am. I think at first, last year, at first she said I was like a baritone or something, but I think as I got more comfortable with singing, my range opened up a bit. But yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna go and taste another coffee, a different one this time. I'm just gonna find one that I like. It's like leveling up, yeah. But I think like, I don't know. I don't think I actually like expanded my range. I kind of just think I got more comfortable with singing, like putting all my effort into singing, because you kind of hold yourself back, I guess, if you're not used to it. Okay. Can I You really want coffee right now? I kind of want it too, but it's 4 a.m. Nice. Well, actually, after the stream, I gotta run the dishwasher. I also did a lot of research about like espresso machines and stuff, and I would just tell you I'm not getting an espresso machine anytime soon. They are really expensive. I mean, I see why, but like dang, you know. I really like my fancy espresso drinks. It's hard to like not ask for like a cappuccino or something when you're at like a really fancy cafe like that. But I've just been getting just like a good old cup of joe. Just like taste. I need to like, bonk myself whenever I try to use milk or something, because I need to develop a taste so I know what I actually like. Because it's impossible to like be able to tell which coffee you like if you're always like, drowning it out in milk anyways. Boba? I'm not really a big tea person, but I mean I like I guess like sweet tea and like putting milk in my tea. I don't know, maybe I would like boba. I'm not a fan of like the orbs in it. Are they orbs? I don't know what they are. I'm not a big fan of whatever is in there. The boba orbs. Okay, what is this? Gamescom. Yeah, this happened today. Earlier today. We can just skip through it. There was Starfield. You just like milk. That's understandable. You tasted it for the first time this year? Wow. Okay, I'm not really...
Out there,
there's Todd Howard. He talks about
we looked at the skies
nothing.
And we blast off into space and explore.
I think he literally talks about nothing.
I see a lot of things on the internet. I'm not sure that's real.
Yeah, okay. It says nothing of interest. There's Little Nightmares 3. I always heard that another boba victim is claimed. I heard the Little Nightmares 1 and 2 are good. I always see the streamers playing them. There's, what is this? Black Myth Wukong. Whoa, you monkey man. It's very interesting. This is multiplayer. Huh, interesting. I haven't played the first two though. Whoa. Sun Wukong game? Wait, is this like a thing? This is Black Myth Wukong. What is Sun Wukong? He's like a little monkey guy. It's kind of cool. Oh, it's Chinese mythology. I mean, that makes sense. Seems like this is like a very mythological kind of game. This looks awesome though. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about Chinese mythology, so that's interesting. What is there? Is there a... Is there a Lego character also called that? Ooh, what is this? Ugh. Okay, it's some zombie game or something. No thanks. Age of Empires 4? I'm too dumb for games like this, but it's cool. And then they literally... I feel like the from the looks of it, the second longest like presentation they have is for a Netflix show. It's not even a video game. But it's like a sponsored slot for like a Netflix show by a super evil megacorp apparently. So that's cool. As expected. Okay, this game, I saw this game and I was wondering like why isn't this getting like the giant like Starfield conference treatment? Cuz look at this, right?
In South Korea. Well, that changes tonight because the team has prepared a very special gameplay update trailer to share with the world first. Here at Gamescom. Enjoy.
Look at this game. You just got here and you're wondering why there aren't more people? I mean, I think there's enough people. It's nice and cozy as it is. But yeah, look at this. Look how much is going on. You see, like he just like did a wrestling move there. You got like your horse combat, your bow and arrow combat. These NPCs AI quite dumb. Yeah, we're already done with the game, so we're just watching Gamescom right now. Look at this, there's cool towns, there's actual NPCs around. You gonna steal horse-drawn carriages apparently? There's fishing. And pet the dog, or you can pick up the cat? Play the flute? I don't know. When I saw this, I was like, why is there so much variety? It's like he's doing a different thing every scene. Look at this. You can like, you've got like the Assassin's Creed climbing. It's crazy. And you got like what looks like Zelda puzzles, pretty much. You got a cool armor. That as well. He literally just, I don't know if you caught that, but he literally just drifted with his horse. Because why not, right? He pole vaulted off over a gate. In Climb, this is like what's that called? Something about, what was that game called again? Colossal something? You can also climb stuff in like, it's like monster, kind of like, reminds me of like, I don't know, like Zelda, Final Fantasy, Monster Hunter. I don't know, it's like a lot of stuff. A lot of different things trying to be done here. I'm just wondering if it'll be like actually as good as it looks, or if it'll like be very shallow. But I just think it's kind of crazy when you see something with like so much to it, right? And like, there's a Genshin Impact. Yeah, it does kind of had that like open world vibe.
Hey, what's up, Gamescom? It's
Oh,
Ice-T.
and then you just get
I picked up
iced tea.
My favorite game in the world, Payday, and I have my own
No
special
thanks.
heist.
You just have more. You have Assassin's Creed. I'm like meh. I'm like kind of looking forward to this game. Maybe I'll play it when it comes out. I don't know. Probably look at reviews first. Man, they don't even show any gameplay here. Well, kind of. A little bit. They showed Tekken 8 apparently. Single player mode? Like I care. What the? What are these? What the heck? These what are these Tekken characters? What? Okay, why? Why? Like, what are these? What are these like ugly little Snapchat people? Why do games and like apps do this? Especially when they could literally like there are games like Soul Calibur where you could and now I think Street Fighter where you could literally make like your in-game fighter as well and just like walk around with them. Yeah, it's like Facebook. It's like meta. It's like walking around like in the metaverse. Oh, you're the dog peed the couch. Okay. Good luck with that. I just like how Tekken would have just like a bear or like a guy made out of like wood or something. Just like really weird, like really strange like fighters. And that's what I like about Tekken. But other than that, not really anything.
Work with Infinity Ward on
Call
the
of Duty. Woo. Wait, look at the huge block just for the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 campaign. It's literally like any gameplay from any Call of Duty you've ever seen ever. Which is fun. That's awesome. I saw this like Grand Blue Fantasy. I know people like this series. I don't know like what it is. I think it's like some sort of gacha game or something, or a visual novel. I don't even know what it is.
You can tell primal beasts were weapons created.
I always think like they do these game like, I don't know, people who make like anime games are like really bad at making trailers, because they'll just make it a bunch of like dialogue and like characters standing still, and they just kind of assume that the audience cares about the story. And it's like, no, you gotta show them the cool stuff. They're doing a little bit here, but they keep like going on about like, they keep monologuing, and it's like nobody cares. Just like play some epic music over it with some lyrics.
Doesn't look right from up here. No.
Feels like overkill for a glorified treasure.
Something's blocking me. I can't get through.
Oh, primeval god.
So for the existing fans, all 5 of them, sorry. I don't know. Yeah, if they're like showing this off at Gamescom, then they're trying to like get new audiences, right? So they should try to do something. Hello, hi Mikey.
through a lot together. Visited new islands, met new people.
Yeah, I've seen enough of this. Is this game? This was cool, I guess. Oh, wait. Did I skip over the trailer?
Everyone that can fight.
Yeah, it looks cool, I guess.
And we're still losing.
I don't know. One thing is, when I was watching this before, I thought the music was very unfitting. That's not. That is very common for these types of trailers. And then there was this game as well that I thought we were getting more like, that we were getting like a release date or something, but instead they just like, they just do a bunch of like flashy VFX. And then they don't really show anything. And then you get Honkai Star Rail for too long. Then you get Genshin Impact for too long. And you get this game. Big Marvel trailers. Get this game, which is this game is so weird. Why are they making this game?
Story trailer for Lords of the Fallen.
Yeah, Zenless Zone Zero is a Hoyo game. But I don't know when it's coming out. Probably not until next year. But this is like a Dark Souls kind of like game, and this game there is already a Lords of the Fallen, or was it Lord of the Fallen? I don't know, but there was like a Lords of the Fallen, and it was terrible, and it was basically just Dark Souls, but a lot worse, and it wasn't very good. And now they're just making it again. But it's like, well, we'll do it better this time. So why not call it something else though? What's up with games just like overwriting themselves? Like, they can't be sequels, they have to always just be the first now. Like, you've even got like Mortal Kombat, like they're calling it Mortal Kombat 1. Why? Just call it something else at that point. They could have, like, I don't know, they could have even dropped the Mortal and just called it Combat with a K. And that would have been cool. Something to do with copyright? Well, copyright issues aren't stopping them from calling it like Lords of the Fallen 2 or Mortal Kombat. What are they on now? Like 17? I think they don't want to call it a sequel though, because the first one sucked. They want to give off the impression that they're reimagining it, maybe. And this probably doesn't even follow the first one. I don't even know why it shares the name. There's Sonic though. That's cool, I guess. And there's too much Sonic. What is First Descendant? What is that? Oh. Okay.
Countless descendants have shed blood to protect the sanctity is still at risk. The only chance
You have okay, this is very strange. Pretty lady, I'm sold. It's gonna take me a bit more than that. This kind of just looks like Anthem, and Anthem turned out horribly, so I'm not that confident. I have Under the Waves, which is
because as far as I can see, you're just
okay.
Very excited to share.
Very excited. Okay. Okay, then you just have a game about like driving on mud and like towing cars, which is like I know someone who'd be very much into this game, but also it's not for me.
There's a solution.
Gear up. Yeah, pull that car. Yeah, climb those rocks. Yeah, drive. Yeah, winch. Oh, awesome. Winch. Look at these winching mechanics. Truck game? It's not even truck game, it's Jeep game. Oh, there's a truck. We got it. We found it.
For every destination, an expedition.
Yeah, I can safely say that this is this isn't for me, but I know people who actually do like this a lot, so good for them. Good for them, I suppose. Then there's more cars. Let's go Jeep Simulator. What game is this?
Next stop, the Crew
Well, we were playing. What was it called? I really forgot. Vaudville, but we completed it, I guess. So it's just an early access game, so not Cyberpunk. It's not convincing me though. You can't really convince me once a game came out and it was reviewed terribly. You can't convince me like, oh no, it's good now. Like, it's kind of hard to believe. Like, it's good now. All we needed was 2 years of updates, and it was like, well, actually, maybe I'll just play something else. The Stormgate? What is that? Something I'm not interested in. I don't know. I'm interested in very little nowadays. Meh. My hate for Cyberpunk is something else. No Man's Sky? But I also think that that game didn't get much better. Like, it got a little better, but it's still No Man's Sky, and like the overall formula of the game is kind of boring to me. But yeah, I don't know. Then there's literally a, oh, we're now announcing a mobile game to PC. Awesome. Everyone's just like shaking at the thought of downloading their favorite mobile game on their computer for whatever reason. I don't know why you would even... Like, the only reason... I used to think that the only reason why people played mobile games because they were convenient. Like, they were on the phone. So if you had nothing else at the time, that's just what you would be playing. But now people go... I learned that people go out of their way to play games, to play mobile games. And it's like, why? There's so much... If you're already home, you can do so much better. But it's whatever. It's whatever, I guess, to each their own. Is this game? Mech game. It's cool. It's cool, I guess. Oh, and then you have this sick trailer. Look at this sick trailer.
Form like scars.
I was like...
Cut deep enough.
I was like so hyped for this trailer because I thought it was gonna be something new.
Never fade.
And then it turned out to just be like a free-to-play game that I've already known the existence of for a while. It's just been in like beta or something, but now it's gonna be real, I guess. Dude, this trailer is awesome, but it's not indicative of the gameplay at all. And can't the game just be this? But no, it's some like free-to-play garbage. I'll probably still play it. It looks fun. The gameplay does look kind of fun, but it's just not this, you know?
Who tries to stop?
Not showing gameplay. I mean, there's gameplay already out there because this game's been like in like it's been like it's on Steam and you can see like videos of it and stuff. You just can't buy it, or I guess play for free because it's a free game. September 21st. Oh, I thought it was like, I looked at it, it was like, wait, it's the 23rd. It's like, wait, it's not September yet. Yeah, it's next month. Mortal Kombat, I don't really care. It's probably bloody, I'll get my stream taken down. Not really, but... Diablo 4, I don't care. Alan Wake, I don't really care. Yeah, it was okay. There was like 2 things that I was like, ooh, shiny. But then, after that, it was like, dang. Hi, Clumsy. I mean, yeah, if you don't have anything else to... If you don't have anything better to play games on, then then like mobile games are fine. But I mean, if you have like what I don't understand is like the people with game consoles or like full like PC setups at home and they're on their bed like playing mobile games and it's like, get up. I mean, for me, I have like the one, you know, a Project Set guy, but that's just like I literally just play that game for stream. Other than that, I don't touch any mobile games at all. If I'm out and about and I need to waste time, I'll just like listen to a podcast or something, you know, and I'll just like, you know, I'll like instead of like, because there's like people on the train who like I don't have like a train that I go on, but like, for example, like if someone wanted to kill like 15 minutes of time, like for me, I would just like put on a podcast or something and just like scroll through Twitter. I wouldn't like I wouldn't play a game. Also because it just kills my battery life as well. My phone is like a refurbished iPhone 10 from 8 billion years ago, so it doesn't have much battery left in it. So I really have to preserve it. And I pay for unlimited data and YouTube Premium, so I'm gonna use it. No point using it on games. Okay. That's pretty much all I wanted to show. It's pretty much nothing. I thought it was gonna be more interesting than that, but oh well, whatever. Video games. There's apparently like gonna be like several more days of that. What are they gonna announce? I don't know. Is it gonna be like more announcements or is it just gonna be like, I don't know. Is there like I think there's like an in-person venue because like they were talking about having like demos you could play. I've never been to like I've never been to I guess like a convention, but oh yeah, what game will you play next stream? I don't know. I was thinking of there's this I don't draw. I have no idea. I draw stick figures. Yeah. But there was a few games that I've been thinking of playing. There's like a few indie games I had in mind. There's this Star Wars game that I just kind of like put on the back burner and I never like came back to it and finished it. I don't know if I ever will. What else do I have? Oh, there's this like cool. Your cousin's dog walked in, sniffed your clothes, and walked away. Yeah, dogs be like that sometimes. I think. I don't know. I've got this like cute game. It's kind of like it kind of looks like a. You know, it kind of looks like what do you call it? Like a Game Boy game, you know, like the old Game Boy games? How like they would be like green and like kind of yellowish, you know? It kind of has that color palette. It's very retro looking. It's not exactly a Game Boy game because it's like a game you can download, but it's like it was free and it has really cool and cute music. I don't know how long it is though. I don't even know if it would be enough for a full stream. Let me look it up. Melatonin? Oh, I know about that game. Oh, I could try that game, yeah. I'll put that on my list. I'm not much of a rhythm gamer, but I can rhythm game somewhat. Yeah, how long is this game I'm thinking of? "20 minutes long? Awesome." Great. That's not confidence inspiring. But yeah, I'll play Melatonin. I'll put that on my wish list, I guess. So I'll pick it up whenever I can. What's everyone's favorite games? I don't think I have a favorite game right now. Oh, it's already on my wish list. Can't play games anymore, but I really love Genshin. I don't know. I tried playing Genshin a long time ago. On stream too, but I just wasn't having fun with it. I don't know why. You like otome games? I have a friend who really likes them. But I have not played much of those. Or any of those, actually. I don't know if I said much. I don't think I've played any. I don't think I'm a visual novel person. The only one I've played really is like Doki Doki Literature Club, and that's just because, like, you know, it's that game. Oh my gosh, the new Madden is out? Oh my gosh. And it's $70 as well? What a steal. I mean, how could I refuse? How could I refuse spending a large portion of my paycheck on football? Again, the same football with mostly negative reviews. How is it? What is it getting wrong? It's just football. How is it getting mostly negative reviews? I'm genuinely curious. Are they just gonna say like it's the same game again? Oh, it barely even works on PC. That's awesome. You know what? I think people who unironically play Madden, I think they don't deserve any more than that. I think that's just about what they deserve. Hollow Knight? I've heard that's a really good game. It's pretty long though, isn't it? I was saying if you can't play the game, then draw the characters. I mean, yeah, that does work. But if you can't draw the characters, then what? Then I guess I'll die. I don't know. In that case, I just like watch someone else play it, I guess. My favorite type of game? Oh, I have no idea even. I guess I really like RPGs sometimes. When I have the time to play them, I like RPGs, but and then very rarely I'll like shooters and stuff, but I think mostly I like kind of like fantasy RPGs, I guess. You know, like Skyrim, like the game I played earlier. I don't know how many of you were there for that. Stuff like that, except like playing it actually seriously, I guess. Like, I always knew I'd like, for example, like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. But recently I actually started a campaign with some friends, and it's been enjoyable. So you play Cube World. Oh, are you a fellow Cube World enjoyer? Oh my god. Cube World fan in the wild? Real? That's like, I thought we were a dying species. My thoughts on Baldur's Gate? I think it's a full-priced game, so I'm not I'm not paying for it. That's how much I have to add, I guess. I get it if it gets on sale, maybe. Someone gifted me the first Baldur's Gate, which I don't know what I'm gonna do with that, because I assume that's a vastly different game. Everyone forgot about Cube World? No, there's no way I could forget about Cube World. It was like a huge part of my childhood, I guess. Before I had a computer, I literally, like, one of my main reasons for wanting a computer to play games is to play that game. When I was younger, all I had was Minecraft Pocket Edition and YouTube. But yeah, when I actually got a computer, the game wasn't out yet. There was just like there was an alpha that they stopped selling for some reason, so I had to find a borrowed copy. But I mean, it wasn't being sold at the time, so you know, it was my only option. And it was fun. But like I think I got, I don't know, I did play it a lot, but I did get, it's not like I played it non-stop for like a decade, you know. Like I got tired of it. OMG, this is better than Minecraft. Haven't played it. I think it is. I think it is though. I mean, it's just my preferred kind of game. I like kind of explorative action RPGs with like progression and stuff like that. Except, did you see that I forgot what the developer's name is. He's like some Swedish guy or something. Is he Swedish? He's something. He's some European. He like tweeted something recently. He like tweeted something cryptic, and I was like, yo. Like apparently, I don't know. Might be getting an update or something. I don't know. That was one of my first ever streams, cause like just something I was passionate about. So that would be a good stream. But honestly, it was kind of yeah. I saw. I know developer starts with a W in their name. I forgot what their tag was. Let me just look up Cube World. Like there's a Twitter account called is Omega Cube World out yet? And it's like, I think it is. Is their last tweet just saying, oh no. What is Omega Cube World? Am I mistaken? Is that like the new... Oh, is that like what they've been teasing? Is it called Omega Cube World? I don't know what that means. I don't know. What's this developer called? W starts with the D? Huh? How does that work? Oh, what is this? I know I follow them on Twitter. Do I just have to go through all of my following? The Omegaverse Cube World. No. I liked how in that game there was like, you could basically make like any of like the creature enemies your pet if you had like the right food item, and there was like hundreds of food items as well, because there was like hundreds of different creatures. And so you just like, you'd either have to look up a guide or you just have to guess which creature liked which food. And like it could be like obvious sometimes, like you give the sheep cotton candy because like the cotton candy is fluffy and the sheep is also fluffy. The D stands for, I don't know. The D stands for Daluise. Can I find this Twitter account? I wonder if it was one of the first ones I followed. Oh my gosh, it's sad scrolling through this because like there's so many VTubers that just like don't post anymore. And I'm like seeing them, my old mutuals, and I'm like, oh, they're dead. They're dead, I can't believe it. They're not actually dead. Probably just found better things to do. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for coming to the stream. I've been scrolling for 10,000 hours. Will I be able to find it? Who knows? Where is it? No, I couldn't find it. Am I following them? They might come back? Maybe. I've been surprised before. I've had some friends quote-unquote graduate and then appear in interesting places. I'll just tell you that much. No, I wouldn't. Maybe it would be a bit bold of me to call them friends, but I thought we were friends. But maybe they just saw me as an acquaintance or something. I don't know. Wasn't his name Wally or something? Or no? Am I mistaken? I knew it started with a W or something. How did I even see this tweet that I was talking about if I can't even? It's kind of sad when you think about it, because you can't really collab with them again. Yeah, it's true. That's true, but then again, a lot of them I didn't really even collab with, because I mean, I don't collab with someone unless I think it's worthwhile for them. Like I just won't ask if I think I mean, if they ask to collab with me, then I'll accept, obviously. But if I don't think I can be of any use to, like, if I don't think me collabing with them will like improve their life in any way, then I just like won't ask. Because like, there's probably someone way cooler or like way more influential than that they could potentially collab with that time that they would just end up like spending with me, like probably like getting nothing done. I don't know. Oh yeah, their name is Wale. Am I not? I'm not following them. Okay, I'm following them now. Who are they following? There's a bunch of game devs. I don't know. Even if I was the coolest person ever, it's like, it's not about like if I'm cool or not. I don't know. It's about like if I'm actually like, oh yeah, they're still developing the game, so apparently we're getting updates. Which is kind of cool, because I did think the game was a bit incomplete. I don't know. Am I cool? Thank you, I guess, but I just completely lost my train of thought. There's a VTuber company that has their own brand of coffee. It's not their own brand. They probably just like they outsource the coffee and they just slap their VTuber on it. But I think when I get down like I think first I have to actually figure out how to make decent coffee at home. But once I figure that out, I want to like taste test it. I could be like a real like, I think once I know what I'm talking about, then I can like review it, and it'll just be extremely funny to review it, like, and hopefully I'll come to the conclusion that it's bad so that I can make jokes about it. But yeah. VTuber, but the coolest thing is like if you're in like Japan or something, you'll probably find like cafes or even bars that are dedicated to VTubers. Probably, I don't know about bars, but I've definitely seen like pop-up cafes. Coffee review stream. I mean, I've been writing notes about like the coffee I've been tasting so far. I might just compile. I wouldn't be able to do like a taste them. I wouldn't be able to taste them like, you know, at home because like, you know, I'm getting it at a cafe, but like I could like just like take notes on it while I'm there and just like talk about it on stream. I get what you mean, I guess, if they want to build up the careers. But I do think you're worth collabing with since it requires everyone to work together. That's true, but like, I guess so, but a lot of people I know, I guess, are a bit like, I feel a bit bad because I'm like, I feel like I'm dragging them down. But some people I'm more comfortable with collabing with because I feel like I'm dragging down on them less. So either because they're, you know, closer in channel size as me, or like, or maybe they're just way more friendly and like, and they come up to me for collabs. I mean, that definitely helps, right? Like obviously if they ask me, then it's gonna happen, but like, you know, that's what most people I think don't tend to do that. And I mean, in my opinion, I guess like if they really wanted to, I guess like they would just ask, and the fact that nobody's asking me is like, I mean, not nobody, but like the fact that like, you know, certain people haven't asked, it's like maybe they just don't want to collab, and that's fine. Like, I don't even necessarily think that it's a thing that it's something friends need to do. Because I do have some friends that I think, maybe it wouldn't be, like, a very good idea. Not because I don't value their content, but I think because we clash so much in that regard. Just because, like, I don't know. Because like I don't want to make any of you guys uncomfortable, and like I know that I like to maintain a certain appearance on stream, so that's maybe they're thinking the same way, maybe, but I don't want to risk it, you know. I don't want to be the one. They're gonna have to be the one. I'm sorry. I'm good enough being on my own, I guess. Like I feel fine. Sometimes you need to make a first step. I'd be more comfortable making the first step, I guess, if I was, if I just had more confidence, like, generally in myself and what I'd be able to offer them, just like as like a collab experience. Like, I don't think I'm that great at it, so I'm like not that confident, I guess. Like, if I was maybe like amazing, if I was like an amazing collab partner, if I knew that, then maybe I'd be more comfortable. But I'm not really, so... Yeah, I've also just ran into like, you know, clashing humor as well. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily like mean that we don't get along, just I want to like make sure, because I don't think there's, you know, there's nothing worse than like seeing like a stream be like very awkward, I guess. Because I've definitely seen that before. You found a bruise on your leg? Are you just the type that like gets bruised really easily? Because I mean, I've like seen people who are just like collect bruises on the daily, just from like, not from anything in particular. They just like bruise very easily. Like sometimes This is weird, but sometimes I'll like wait. I'll like notice random like very shallow cuts on my hands. It doesn't really happen anymore because it used to just be mostly from like paper cuts and stuff, and I don't really handle that much paper anymore. Now what I usually cut my hands on is like cardboard, weirdly enough, because cardboard is like weirdly sharp. And I've managed to cut my hand pretty bad on it. Not like deep, but like enough to bleed, and that's just annoying, you know. Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh, it's 5 a.m. I've gotta go. I have class at 10, by the way. Maybe I should stop streaming. So I can sleep. Maybe. Maybe I could just get a wince. Maybe an ounce of sleep. Bro sleep. Yeah, maybe I should. Okay, what is everybody gonna get up to after this? What are you all doing? Yeah, next time maybe I'll play like an actual game. Or I don't know, maybe the game won't actually have any dialogue. Who knows? I don't actually know what I'm playing next. You can have breakfast, getting ready for dinner. It's a duality of man right there. Going to the pool. Oh. Lucky, lucky. That sounds nice. Have fun. Making a Mimikyo figure. Oh, you're making a figure? Wait, that sounds cool. Alright, I'm gonna be making sleep. Oh. I'm back, just got into bed. How's it going? I'm about to end stream actually, but it's 5 p.m. here right now. Wow, there's a lot of variety of time zones here. Good night or good morning? That's what I have to ask myself every day. Every time I go live, it's like I can't even like say one or the other. I have to say both. because I'm always excluding like at least half of you. 5 a.m. Yeah, me too. Alright, bye everyone. Thank you for watching. Bye bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.